All right, everyone, we are going to get started. Welcome and thank you very much for coming to today's General Assembly. We're going to begin by moving on to item 1 on the agenda, calling to order. We're going to begin by calling to order at 1826. Moving on to item 2, the land acknowledgement. The SSMU acknowledges that McGill University is situated on the traditional and unceded territory of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee nations. The SSMU recognizes and respects these nations as the true and constant custodians of the land and waters on which we meet today. Further, the SSMU commits to and respects the traditional laws and customs of these territories. Moving on to the adoption of the standing rules, I'm just going to wait for the parliamentarian to pull them up. All right, the standing rules have been distributed. With that, I'm going to first ask if there's any questions on behalf of the standing rules. If there's questions, please just raise your hand and then we're going to move into procedure. Actually, I will read them out from a request. Okay, so I'm going to summarize. Okay, so firstly, we're going to be using Robert's Rules of Order for today's meeting. We're also going to be for a default speaking time of 2 minutes for motivation of motions, and report shall be 5 minutes. We're also amendments for everyone who doesn't know. Individuals wishing to move friendly amendments mean that the amendment has been accepted by all of the movers of the motion, which will not require a formal vote. All individuals wishing to speak and wishing to participate in either debate, question period will raise their hand. At this point, I will recognize you and you will be granted speaking rights. If failure to do so, if you speak over me or if you unmute yourself without me recognizing you, you will be removed from the meeting. As well, this is up to my discretion, but after every 5 members speaking on a given question or motion, the speaker, I can entertain subsidiary and privileged motions, so motions to amend or call to question, recess, or adjourn. As well, we're going to allow time for all members currently in the waiting room to enter. This only pertains to people who are either a SSMU senator, counselor, or an individual who has filled out the attendance form ahead of time. Unfortunately, we will not be able to accept late requests. As well, I'm going to remind everyone we do have quite a few people. We have a group filled with a diversity of beliefs, and with that, I'm going to remind you that I will not tolerate any personal attacks, and so all interventions that individuals make must stay on subject, must be directed to me. As well, I'm going to make sure that courtesy is enforced, and I have the right to rule things out of order. Before we move on, this doesn't require approval, but I believe it has a natural tie-in. Wing, with parliamentarian, can you pull up the procedure? The other document that I added. Parliamentarian?
Sorry, could you repeat what you said?
Can you pull up the procedure, please?
Yep. Just 1 second, sorry.
All right, so I'm going to note that this part doesn't require a formal motion, a formal approval. I'm just using this because I understand that there's a lot of individuals present at today's meeting that aren't familiar with either myself as speaker and aren't familiar with the rules of the society and rules of the GA. So I wanted to summarize that. Okay, so all individuals wishing to speak will be raising their hands. At that point, I will recognize you. All interventions on motions and presentations, so this means questions and interventions in debate, can be no longer than 1 minute. Once I bang at 15 seconds remaining of your time, I will bang my gavel once. Once your time has expired, I will continuously bang the gavel until you have finished speaking, you are muted, or any of the sort. For a question period of a motion, you always must ensure that the question that you ask is either directed to the movers of the motion, or if you have a question on procedure specifically, you can direct it to me. Before speaking, I'm going to ask that all of you introduce yourselves and spell your names out loud with personal pronouns if you choose to do so. This is simply for our recording secretary to be able to accurately complete the minutes. As I said, I have the authority to rule statements out of order. This includes in situations in which leading statements or questions are presented, the intervention is not relevant to the motion at hand. There's a lack of a question posed in question period only, and or if someone utilizes personal attacks. I will also note that when we entertain new business items, there's going to be a separation between question period and debate. For question period, all interventions must be questions or they will be struck out of order. For debate, they can either be points, amendments, or questions. If they are questions, however, we can't guarantee that they will be answered, given that questions are generally encouraged to be asked during the actual question period. For voting, so we have two forms of voting coming this evening. So we have procedural motions and we have substantive motions. So procedural motions, such as the adoption of the standing rules, to amend the agenda, to adopt the agenda and to approve the minutes. This is going to be conducted through the Zoom polling feature. I'm going to grant everyone 5 minutes to submit their responses. It's only going to be one question and it won't require formal identification. For substantive motions, so this includes motions within new business. So for example, the motion regarding nomination of the auditor, this is going to be conducted through Microsoft Forms. With this, we're going to require that your McGill email is authenticated, and you will have 10 minutes to submit your responses. I'm going to share these forms when we get to the voting period through the chat area of the Zoom meeting. After that, there's going to be a 5-minute recess so that I may verify the results and to ensure that the link hasn't been just shared freely among people who aren't currently present. Lastly, I'm going to note that due to the logistics of having to admit all individuals that leave the meeting, we are not going to be readmitting you. If you have a Wi-Fi issue or you have a technology issue, you can either email the governance manager at governance@smu.ca or the parliamentarian at smu.ca or speaker at smu.ca, most likely governance at smu.ca, and we can let you in. But we're not going to allow a sort of back and forth between coming in and out of the General Assembly, just because it makes the operations of the General Assembly much more difficult on the ends of the dais and the governance manager. With that, we're going to move back to the standing rules. As you have seen, the standing rules have been moved. Are there any questions on the standing rules at this time? Seeing no questions, I'm going to also conduct this through raise of hand. Oh, Senator Darianani, is that a question?
Motion to move it by unanimous consent.
Thank you very much. We have a motion to approve this by unanimous consent. Councillor Smith, I assume this is a second?
It is absolutely a second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the standing rules for the winter 2021 General Assembly have been unanimously approved. Moving on to item 4, approval of the minutes. We have one set of minutes to approve at this General Assembly. They are the Fall 2020 General Assembly minutes 2020 11-2-4. Are there any corrections or changes to the minutes at this time? If there are, I will take raise of hand. Seeing no individuals with questions or amendments to be made, can I have a motion to approve? Thank you very much, Senator Parsons and Senator Darianani. I'm going to first ask if there's any opposition to approving the minutes. Hearing none, the minutes will also stand unanimously approved. Moving on to item 5, approval of the agenda. The agenda has been distributed. Are there any corrections or changes to the agenda at this time? VP External.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to add a motion to the agenda under new business. That is the motion regarding the adoption of the Divest for Human Rights Policy 2021-02-16. It has been sent to you and I believe the parliamentarian.
I'm just going to ask VP External, has there been any substantive changes that haven't been reviewed by the steering committee thus far? So, which is to say, since yesterday?
Have there been substantive changes since yesterday?
In terms of, so the steering committee reviewed it again last night. If there's been any changes that were made since the steering committee last made that the steering committee didn't explicitly recommend.
Right. No, there aren't.
Okay. All right. With that, we're not going to call a recess. Given that the steering committee had already reviewed it from yesterday, we are going to allow it to be entered into the agenda at this time. All right, with that, so we have one amendment on the table for the agenda. Are there any further individuals with amendments or corrections to the agenda at this time? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve? Thank you very much, Senator Parsons and Councillor Kodadati. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the agenda will stand approved. The new motion will follow item 7A and will now be 7B. With that, we will move on to item 6, question period. All individuals with questions can raise their hand at this time. VP University Affairs.
Yes, this is a procedural question. Seeing as we just hit and lost quorum, is there anything that can be done to maintain quorum once we've hit it beyond convincing people not to leave?
Unfortunately, I can't, like, there's no setting that would allow, there's no setting that allows people to stay. I'm just going to, I know, for individuals who are wanting to participate in voting, I'm going to note that the voting comes before the reports. And so you're not going to theoretically have to attend the whole General Assembly. I just encourage, we are at the very brink of hitting quorum. We are going to try, there are some remaining people in the waiting room that will admit. We're going to continuously trying to admit to ensure that everyone who had submitted a request can. I would just encourage everyone to stay. Even if we hit quorum, we need to actually have quorum. I'm just going to answer a question that I received in the chat just now. Even if we've hit quorum once, if at any point we lose quorum, it's a consultative forum. That's not to say it can't be, can't turn back into a formal General Assembly, but for specific motions, so for new business, the motion regarding nomination of the auditor and motion regarding the adoption of the divest, in order for a motion to not have to be referred back to Legislative Council, we actually have to have quorum during the time of voting. So I understand we have fluctuated. I'm just going to encourage everyone, it doesn't matter if right now we have a quorum. If we don't have quorum when we actually get to those actionables, it's going to be considered a consultative forum, and the decisions that are made are not binding. Are there any other individuals with questions at this time? Valerie Masney.
Hi, I was wondering if you could slow down. You're going pretty fast and it's not easy to follow completely with all of the things. And I feel like if people have oppositions, they don't like necessarily have the time to put them forth because of the internet and all of the lagging that's possible. So if you could please slow down, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Are there any other individuals with questions? Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is sort of a question, a point of order. 5.4 of the internal regulations of governance regarding the General Assembly require that all motions from the floor have to have a recess. It automatically recesses. So I'm just wondering why we're not recessing to consider the motion that was added to the agenda.
Yeah, so I'm going to use I'm exercising the discretion of the chair at this case because had the motion that was submitted today actually had any substantive changes from when I last reviewed it and when steering last reviewed it, it would require a recess. But given that the steering committee has already seen the motion that's being approved, as well as the fact that because it's only considered moving from the floor because of the fact that the steering committee took later to review it than was generally possible, we're not going to need a recess given that we've already reviewed exactly what's going to be in the motion. And I've already verified that the motion which had been submitted to me a few weeks ago, it has the correct qualifications for signatories. And so much of the recess time that would be otherwise spent reviewing the motion and reviewing the validity of the signatories is not needed given that we've already reviewed it prior. Are there any other individuals with questions at this time? Jonah Freed.
Hello, Jonah Freed, constituency arts. Do I have to go through that whole thing?
I know we know how to spell your name, Jonah. Thank you very much.
Great. Okay. I'd like to ask, I guess, information question. How does the motion that's presented stand in relation to the J-Board ruling in 2017 regarding a similar matter? Could someone just elaborate on, I guess, the rationale insofar as how it falls within the scope of that ruling?
Yeah. So I will answer that in my position as chair of this, in my position as speaker and chair of the steering committee. And then if there is potentially an organizer or an executive that would like to follow up, they certainly can. So after a meeting that the steering committee had with the Chief Justice of the J-Board, we determined that the motion that's being brought forward does not contravene the J-Board decision in question, largely because the J-Board decision in question, it prohibits a ban, so to speak, on motions condemning a nation and SSMU taking one side in a political stance favoring a nation. However, it doesn't preclude individuals and the SSMU from making motions on the actions of a nation's government. And that's very much how the steering committee interpreted this motion. If you can see within the motion when we'll get there, all mentions of nations are followed by government or an actor of the government, but not to say the nation as a whole. VP University Affairs, is that a follow-up or is that another question?
If I could follow up, yeah.
Yep.
To go a bit further, I'm not sure if everyone was aware, but there was actually a recent reference that was released by the Judicial Board clarifying the 2016 BDS ruling. Specifically, the SSMU's ability to take stances on political conflicts, or as the speaker mentioned, the actions of a given government, at least according to the Judicial Board's ruling, or I guess I should say reference, that is all well within the mandate of what the SSMU can and can't do within the Constitution and Equity Policy. I'd also mention that specifically this motion does not pertain to any, even really does not pertain to any like government specifically. It's all in matters of corporations and the actions of corporations rather than governments. Although of course, like there are governments mentioned, but the actionable clauses all have to do with corporations.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Krosik.
Hi, I just want to quickly get clarification. If I'm misunderstanding, like, please correct me. I'm sorry if that's the case, but as far as I'm aware, this was sent to steering and then like sent back because of changes. And if those changes haven't actually been made, as was clarified earlier, is this actually like accepted?
Okay, so I'm going to clarify. So first off, we are actually going to be doing a recess, given that steering can formally approve it. That being said, I'm going to clarify some miscommunication. Okay, so to lay out the timeline, I received the motion to my email a few weeks ago. At that point, the steering committee reviewed it. We rejected it and sent it back. We sent it back to them, detailing a list of changes within the doc and within an email. At that point, it was sent back to us at the end of last week. Following, it came back to us, and we reviewed, the steering committee as a whole reviewed it yesterday evening. When I was speaking to BP External about substantive changes being made, I refer it to the fact that yesterday at the steering committee meeting, we still had a number of changes that needed to be made before the steering committee would accept it. At this point, the individuals, the organizers of the motion reviewed it and accepted them. When I ask about substantive changes, I mean changes that have not been reviewed by steering committee and new additions. Everything has been added to the agenda at this point that has been added to the motion at this point has now been reviewed by steering committee. We are still going to do a 2-minute recess so steering committee can ensure that this is very much the case, but there has been changes as it's gone along. That's not, just to clarify what the VP External said, there wasn't changes by the movers against the recommendations of the steering committee as of last night to this morning. Are there any further questions? I'm going to note for the individuals who are currently on steering committee within this call, we're going to enter our 5-minute recess following item 7A before we formally hit 7B. Are there any further individuals with questions at this time? Seeing no individuals with questions, we will proceed. We are going to move on to item 7, new business. We are going to move on to item 7A, motion regarding nomination of the auditor for the fiscal year 2021-02-16. This has been moved by VP Finance. VP Finance, you may now motivate.
Yeah, thank you. So each year, SMU is required to appoint an auditor at the General Assembly to audit SMU's financial conditions and accounts to ensure that the society is presented in accordance with generally accepted not-for-profit accounting principles. So a report of this audit is then made available for the membership each year. Over the past few years, SMU has used Fuller Londo, an external audit and counseling firm, to complete this task. So this motion is to approve the appointment of Fuller Londo again for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Fuller Londo has continued to provide excellent service to the society, and through consultations with the SMU general manager and the SMU accounting team, we would like to move forward with using their service again for the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP Finance. With that, we will move forward into question period. Are there any individuals with questions on this motion? Seeing none, we will move on to debate. there any individuals wishing to take part in debate at this time? Brent Jamza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Brent Jamza, Arts, U3. I was wondering if it would be in order for me to ask that the General Assembly approve this motion via unanimous consent.
Yep. That's very
So
much.
moved.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brent. Can I have a second on that? Thank you very much, Councillor Karasik. Just to explain for everyone yet once again, unanimous consent means that there are no individuals currently opposing the motion to not speak up. When I say is there any opposition, it means you approve, or you either approve or abstain on the approval of this motion. With this motion to approve by unanimous consent, both moved and seconded, is there any opposition at this time? Seeing none, this motion will stand unanimously approved. I will also note that we currently have quorum, that this motion will not, that this motion will be formally considered by the General Assembly and will not need to be referred back to the Legislative Council, but will instead go forward directly for ratification via referendum. With that, we will move on. Before entering into the motion regarding the adoption of the divest of human rights policy, we're going to enter into a 5-minute recess. I'm going to ask that all individuals on steering, I will call you momentarily, and for that we're going to begin the 5-minute recess at 18:52 and end at 18:57.
Would it be in order for a member of the organizers to join that meeting, and if there are any changes that need to be made, to make them?
Can it be, can I assume that it's going to be Maya? I just know that that's who AO the VP External had indicated.
I think either the VP External or Maya would be fine.
Okay. Maya, would you be comfortable with that?
Yes, I can join.
Perfect. All right. So I'm going to make a side Facebook group for us. We will be our recess will begin at now 18:53. If any individuals currently in the General Assembly have questions, please indicate them. Councillor Reid.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, would making a breakout room suffice for that steering group?
Yeah, I think so.
Actually, no, because
Yeah.
the speaker's host.
So I can't leave. I'm also going to note that though we are going to be in a 5-minute recess, do not leave. If individuals leave, we risk losing quorum, and thus we lose General Assembly having authoritative status, so to speak. For voting, I will when we get to voting, I will once again explain how to vote, and we will go through troubleshooting, and anyone can ask questions that they need for clarification. Seeing no further individuals with questions, we're going to begin at 18:54 and end at 18:59. like to announce that the steering committee has unanimously approved this motion to be entertained at the General Assembly this evening. And as such, we will now move forward with the entertaining of it. To begin, we're going to begin with the motivation. And so either the VP External or Maya Garfinkel, either of you would be willing to motivate. I'm going to note that you will start with 2 minutes. If you need an extension on your time, I will note when your 2 minutes has elapsed, and we will, and I will ask for an extension at that point. So without further ado, either VP External or Maya, feel free to begin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Divest for Human Rights Coalition, we are bringing this motion to divest human rights. More specifically, we are calling on the undergraduate students of McGill to demand divestment from 8 corporations which enable and profit from multiple forms of systemic violence, including settler colonial land theft, environmental destruction, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. McGill invests in TC Energy Corporation and Coastal GasLink Pipeline, whose construction has provoked the invasion, colonization, and destruction of the lands of the Wet'suwet'en Nation. Additionally, Lockheed Martin, a leading developer of weapons that have been used in countless violent conflicts around the world, contributes to McGill's endowment. Further, McGill also invests in Remax and Oshkosh, 2 corporations complicit in numerous human rights violations against Palestinian people. Finally, this policy condemns McGill's investments in Puma, Nordstrom, Foot Locker, and Kohl's, all 4 of which are complicit in the use of Uyghur forced labor in East Turkestan. I will defer the rest of my time to the Vice President External.
VP External.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as the executive responsible for SMU's mobilization efforts, I just have a responsibility to emphasize the importance of student activism on especially on international issues, and the fact that this has a long and powerful precedent at McGill. So the fact that McGill has a mandate to even consider the social responsibility of its investments is a result of student activism and agitation, including student activism supported by the SMU. So CAMSA, the Committee to Advise on Matters of Social Responsibility regarding McGill's investments in its endowment fund, was created in 1979 after years of pressure from students advocating for divestment from companies doing business in the apartheid South Africa regime, which culminated at the SMU in the creation of the South Africa Committee by SMU's Council. I'd also like to emphasize that this motion and the policy appended aligns firmly with SMU's constitution, its equity policy, its sustainability policy, its climate justice policy, its indigenous solidarity policy, and all of SMU's judicial board references and the SMU's position on international solidarity, the last 2 of which affirm that criticism of a nation's government does not equate to criticism of a nation's people. So this motion and its policy not only align with SMU's mission, but we also have a mandate to support this kind of political action. So we would be failing to uphold these mandates as an organization committed to demonstrating leadership on matters of human rights, social justice, and environmental protection, were this motion to fail. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP External and Maya, for your motivation. At this point, we're going to enter into question period. So for clarification, individuals wishing to ask questions can either direct them to the movers, and so generally this will either be Maya or the VP External. It can be a relevant individual implicated, so to speak, within the motion. So for example, the VP University Affairs, or in the case of procedural questions, they can be directed to me. At that, I'm going to ask all individuals with questions to raise their hand at this time. All right, seeing individuals with questions, I'm going to just remind you, when I recognize you, please say your name and spell it out loud for the purpose of the minutes. So we are going to begin with Dorothy Yip.
Hi, thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Dorothy Yip. First name is Dorothy. I go by they, them. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I just have a question of information that I think any of the organizers of this motion could answer. And the question is, what are some of the methods that SSMU will be using to campaign for McGill's divestment from the listed corporations if this motion is eventually passed?
I'll either allow the VP External or for Maya.
I would like to cede my time to the Vice President External.
Okay, thank you very much, Maya.
Sure, thank you, Madam Speaker and Maya. So, yeah, that's a great question. So the methods of advocacy are outlined within Section 4 of this policy, which is mandates. So there are mandates primarily regarding the Office of the Vice President External Affairs and the Office of the Vice President University Affairs. So with respect to the VP External's office, the policy indicates that the Office of the VP External will be mandated to mobilize a campaign on the basis of its responsibility constitutionally to coordinate the Society's political mobilization efforts. That includes, but is not limited to, meeting with stakeholder student associations, holding protest demonstrations and other events around campus, and making use of the Society's social media platforms and communications channels to promote divestment. With respect to university advocacy, Section 4.2 of the policy indicates that the Office of the VP University Affairs and President will advocate for this policy with methods including meetings with faculty, staff, and alumni, institutional access to committees and governing bodies, Senate motions, questions, policy revisions, and other methods as deemed appropriate.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. With that, we will move on to the next individual with the question, Neil Sowan.
Hi, thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Neil Soman, constituency Arts. That is spelled N-E-E-L, last name S-O-M-A-N. Procedural question, I just wanted to ask, because this is a lengthy motion, is it possible for this entire document to be shared so it may be read by us before voting on?
What I can do is the parliamentarian can share it. The parliamentarian can share it as, like, download it as a PDF. At that point, I'm going to direct this to the parliamentarian.
It can be shared. As a Google Docs, it just be limited to view only for everyone. Other than like the
Oh yes, because it's not in the
yeah.
It's not in that. Yeah. So
I will send a link to everyone. You can see it in the chat, and then yeah, it should be fine.
Brilliant, thank you so much.
Yep. All right, we'll just wait for the parliamentarian to share it.
Okay, the link has been distributed.
All right, thank you very much, parliamentarian. With that, we'll move on to other individuals with questions. SSMU President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I move for a 10-minute recess to give the members enough time to go through the document and then come up with questions or debate?
Yep, that's very much in order. Can I have a second? Senator, thank you very much. Senator Parsons, is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, a 10-minute recess has been granted. With that, we will begin our 10-minute recess at 19:18 and end at 19:28. 1929. With that, we will move back into question period. All individuals with questions relating to the motion can indicate so by raise of hand now. Yeah, I'm going to repeat the instructions. We are in question period once again, everyone. All individuals with questions can raise their hand through the raise of hand feature on Zoom, and I will recognize you accordingly. Neil, you can begin.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. This is a question for the movers of the policy. As I understand, this policy outlines specific companies and organizations and directs SSMU to advocate divestment from these organizations. Is there any kind of policy or reason or rationale that there is currently or even in the works that may justify re-affiliating McGill with any of these companies, or in any terms of future-proofing, setting out guidelines for future companies that McGill should refrain from investing with?
Thank you very much, Neil. I'll take any of the movers if you just want to raise your hand, and I'll unmute you. VP University Affairs.
Sorry, I unmuted myself. It's a force of habit. Right, so on a much broader level, in a sense, all SSMU policies are future-proofed in the sense that they only last for 5 years. So I would be quite surprised if any of the corporations outlined in the policy were able to completely turn around both their practices and to somehow like pay back the harm that they have done in the span of 5 years. That being said, if it were the case that any of the clauses in this policy were no longer helpful, if, for example, like it no longer aligned with the interests or goals of the policy to, for example, like advocate against like TC Energy, if they were to reverse their decisions and find a way to compensate for the harm that they had done, any policy can be amended if it is within the 5 year, if it is within the 5 year period. So I can say that currently from what I've observed, there's no apparent reason that we would choose not to divest from these corporations or that we would reverse our decision. But should that occur, like there are governance mechanisms by which we can repeal this policy, amend this policy, and if not, we will have to re-examine the decision in 5 years' time anyway, at the earliest. Or latest, I should say, latest.
Perfect, thank you very much. VP University Affairs, are there any other individuals with questions at this time? I'll give one more opportunity if you have questions to please raise your hand. Reem.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just asking a question to the movers, and my question is, why does the policy mandate the VP External to mobilize a campaign, and why not another executive on this move?
Thank you very much, Reem. I will take any individual. We will go with the VP External.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. The answer is just simply that according to the SSMU Constitution, the Vice President External Affairs is the officer of the society with the mandate to coordinate the society's political mobilization efforts. And so yeah, it's really just on that basis that the office of the VP External is the primary location, or rather the location with the primary responsibility to support any kind of political mobilization or campaign that the SSMU is affiliated with or has chosen to support.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. With that, we will move on to our next question, Gita Malawi.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I wanted to ask, why can't the scope of the policy be much larger? Why not mandate the SMU to target a lot more companies complicit in human rights abuses in McGill's portfolio? Could the scope be extended in a later year?
I'll take any individual wishing to answer. Before moving on, I can answer that in my position as steering committee. I will note that it was originally much broader in scope, but given the confines of writing good enforceable policy, so to speak, originally it had indicated all companies with with human rights violations, et cetera. But given that there was only a number listed within the actual motion, we put forward the recommendation that it be redefined as such. But with that, VP External.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just like super briefly to add on to that, the specificity of the of the policy with respect to companies also just facilitates the coordination of any campaign that's going to be led, or rather any campaign that's going to be supported by the SMU, and also just the campaign itself. So for instance, the mechanisms for like divestment advocacy facing the university primarily pertain to this committee called the Committee to Advise on Matters of Social Responsibility. And so to kind of submit what you would do is submit what's called an expression of concern to this committee. And so in that expression of concern, you need to kind of document and specify the companies or whatever organizations that are complicit in any sort of grave social injury that would warrant action being taken, including divestment.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. With that, we will move on to Zachary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was wondering, why is it the responsibility of the SMU to adopt a motion like this one? And this is to the motioners.
VP External.
Primarily pertain to. I'm sure, yeah. Like my hand was not up to answer this, but I can answer it.
If you'd rather me defer it to I can.
Well, I'm comfortable answering the question. So as I mentioned in the motivation, the SMU has a number of mandates to demonstrate leadership. So quoting the Constitution, under the preamble of the Constitution, the SMU is mandated to demonstrate leadership in matters of human rights, social justice, and environmental protection. And the Constitution also acknowledges that SMU has a history of doing this. There are similar mandates within other policies and positions that I mentioned. So similar mandates can be found in the equity policy, the sustainability policy, the indigenous solidarity policy, and the climate justice policy. These are, and also the position on international solidarity. So these are all, that's kind of the ecosystem, I guess, of SMU's responsibility, not just kind of like option, but a mandate and a responsibility to support these sorts of human rights-based resolutions.
Perfect, thank you very much, VP External. VP External, do you have a question? I know you had your hand up raised before. No?
Okay,
sorry, my apologies. Are there any further individuals with questions at this time? Seeing no further individuals with questions, we are going to move on to debate. For reminders, debate can include questions, it can include general points that you'd like to raise, it can include a motion to amend the motion. However, I'm just going to remind you, while questions can be entertained, I cannot guarantee that they will be answered by the movers. That being said, we are going to move into debate. We will begin with Councillor Reed.
Everybody, sorry about that. I bumped into my table. Well, I agree with the basic spirit of this policy, that we as a student society need to take a stand against those facets of McGill that are complicit in systems of violence and marginalization throughout the world. I'm deeply concerned about the lack of detail that's present in the mandate section of this policy. And previous iterations of this document even included mandates for lobbying at the McGill Board of Governors by the president, as well as mandates upon councilors and senators. These things which were clearly out of line with our internal regulations, and in some cases would have constituted an abject breach of the MOA between SSMU and the administration. And while those are of course not in this policy anymore, what that indicates to me is that in the drafting of this policy, of this motion, coming up with concrete and detailed measures for advocacy seems to have taken a back seat. And we have a problem at SSMU where, despite the efforts of hundreds of advocates on our campus, our most visible form of advocacy as a society seems to be spicy Facebook posts that get a lot of heat. And that this policy, without concrete details, is not going to satisfy the need for having more concrete and efficacious measures for advocacy and for fulfilling that mandate. Now, furthermore, while this policy pays lip service to the focusing of efforts against governments and institutions and not our own students, the truth is policies similar to this one have been used for such purposes in the past. When a Jewish member of the Legislative Council was made the subject of a controversy last year for participating in a trip organized by a religious organization of which they were a lifelong member, that was a case conceivably of anti-Semitism and undoubtedly of a complete and inexcusable waste of time, effort, and students' mental resources. So policies like this one can and should be a part of our activities at SSMU. But we also need to meaningfully take a look at the shortfalls that exist in our institution as far as external advocacy. We need to recognize the need for more permanent staff positions, for more information sharing between new members of external affairs, and for better institutional systems of grassroots organizing so that we can have truly efficacious advocacy. And in policies like this one, we need greater detail and we need accompanying measures that they don't end up landing SSMU in situations where instead of doing actual
Thank you very much, Councillor Reed. Can I have an extension on Councillor Reed's time? I'm going to take Councillor Karasik. Can two individuals in the chat motion that they can extend, that they'd like to extend it, and by how long? Thank you very much, Senator Parsons. We have a 2-minute extension. Can I have a second? Thank you very much, VP Student Life. With that, Councillor Reed, you have a 2-minute extension on your time.
Okay, I do not think I will need the full 2 minutes. I'll just quickly wrap up by saying that the truth is we need to see more efficacious and meaningful grassroots organizing at SSMU, as well as clearer and more detailed and correct measures for advocating. Ultimately, we need to see a SSMU that has these efficacious measures and actually is able to lobby effectively on the provincial, federal level, as well as on our campus, instead of spending weeks mired in controversy about Facebook posts that constitute no more than slacktivism. That's not necessarily what I'm accusing this policy of being, but I also am concerned that it is not doing enough to correct that course and make sure that we can do things that are more concrete, more actionable, and more in line with what SSMU members deserve. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Reed. With that, we will move on to, apologies in advance if I don't get your name correct. Please correct me in the recording. Ariel Lasry.
Hi, my name is Ariel Lastry, and I would like to yield my time to Brent Jamza.
Brent?
Thank you to my honorable colleague for yielding, and thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion is particularly long, and at this time, I would move to divide the question so that each clause is considered and voted upon separately. Thank you.
So in terms of clause, Brent, do you mean to say within the policy or within the motion? And Parliament, I'll ask clarification on that and then we'll go from there. Brent?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was referring to the policy outlined in Appendix A.
Okay, Parliamentarian, can you scroll down? I'm just also going to note for everyone present that we're going to refrain from yielding to other individuals unless you are an organizer yielding to another organizer, just because there's a lot of hands up and it takes less time to just call on the original individual. So Brent, this is to say you divide scope into one question, interpretation into one question, background into one question, and so on.
Each clause within, could you scroll down a little bit, Wing?
To kind of submit
Scroll just a little bit more, particularly with each one, but particularly when it pertains to section 3. So yeah, I would do each clause by clause consideration.
So not just for section 3? Yeah, I'm going to take a point of order. Just one moment. I'm just have to unmute you. Adam Guiaz-Ansel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A point of order, which would rule this motion null, is the reference BDS and similar motion, since the J-Board is a binding body of the SMU. Such a motion to divide the question would in fact entail the entertaining of a motion on divestment from specific companies operating in Palestinian, settlement territories, which can be interpreted and has been interpreted by the J-Board as a standalone motion, as something which targets the state of Israel and makes Israeli students on campus feel uncomfortable. So an attempt to isolate the question would, against the spirit of the motion, bring undue nationalistic discussions to the fore, and so the motion is out of order.
All right, thank you very much. Member of the gallery, Adam Guiaz-Ansel, I'm going to note that the member is very much correct, and so with that, we're going to strike the motion to divide the question out of order. That we'll move back to the main speaking list. I will begin with next calling Jordana Schiff.
Hi, oh sorry, I didn't realize I was unmuted. I would like to yield my time, please, to Alyssa Cohen. Thank you.
And one more time, everyone, I'm going to note that we're going to try and refrain from yielding our time. Thank you very much. Alyssa, you now are unmuted.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Cohen. I'm in my U2 at McGill in the Faculty of Arts. So I would like to start off by saying that criticism of the Israeli government is definitely healthy and necessary for Israel, just like any other nation, to thrive at its best. But there are instances when that criticism crosses over into anti-Semitism, and BDS constitutes one of those instances. Holding Israel to double standards is simply anti-Semitic, as specified by the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which Canada adopted in 2019. And that is what this motion and BDS more broadly are doing by disproportionately targeting Israel. Israel is the only country in the motion to be mentioned twice, and 17 of the 38 linked sources listed in the motion, so 45%, are related to Israel. BDS disproportionately harms Jewish students by creating hostile environment on campus because anti-Israel sentiment, as has clearly been shown by much research, breeds anti-Semitism. And the recent attack on the Shar Shemaim synagogue, which is an extreme example of what this can lead to, shows exactly what I'm talking about, where a former Concordia student who began to support BDS during his time as a student there spray painted swastikas just a few weeks ago on the doors of the synagogue and had a can of gasoline intended to light the synagogue on fire. Furthermore, BDS does absolutely nothing to solve the ongoing ethnic conflict in Israel and Palestinian territories. Boycotting only further divides both sides by further entrenching their positions as quote-unquote enemies with irreconcilable differences, and makes the Israeli-Palestinian conflict seem as if it's a zero-sum game with blame resting solely on one side. Do not further entrench the notion that this conflict is a zero-sum game that can be framed in terms of mutually exclusive binary visions of support for one side or the other. Doing this hurts both Israelis and Palestinians. It does not help them because it reaches us no closer to any kind of solution to the conflict. So to sum up, this motion would harm Jewish students on campus by creating a hostile environment, as anti-Israel sentiment breeds anti-Semitism, as has been shown by much research, and it would do nothing positive for Palestinians either, because boycott efforts further entrench the notion that this conflict is a zero-sum game, which prevents resolution or justice from being achieved.
All right, thank you very much, Alyssa. With that, we will move on to the next individual that I recognize. I will recognize Samuel Helguero.
Yeah, thanks, Mrs. Speaker. I was tempted not to raise my hand to speak because I think there's a very small minority here of people very devoted to smashing this motion. And I think they've very clearly shown how organized they have planned to be in their opposition. I would like to say, though, like, I don't really see too many things about BDS in this. And it just seems like we're targeting one company. I don't really find this discussion about anti-Semitism very relevant to what's going on here. And I think the fact that there's no double standard is shown very clearly by the fact that this motion for divestment targets several companies operating in several different countries. So I find this sort of concerted oppositional effort very bizarre. And I would just like to ask Mrs. Speaker not to allow further deferrals of people's time to other speakers on the raised hand list, because it is a very clear oppositional effort that is in the minority. I have the sense of this meeting.
Thank you very much. I am going to take that recommendation as friendly. So going forward, I'm not going to permit any individuals to yield their time to other members. If I recognize you, I expect you to have a point that you'd like to be raised. With that, I will move on to Ashia Bose.
I did not have my hand raised.
Oh, for some reason it said you did. No worries. My apologies. All right, with that, we're going to move on to Councillor Karasik.
Sure. So first of all, I want to respond to the previous points raised that, I mean, first of all, anti-Semitism is a serious concern. Like, to most of us who are Jewish, it is something we deal with every single day. I don't really appreciate it being brushed off as meaningless when people do have genuine concerns that they're raising. But what I would say is, one thing I wanted to bring up in particular in the motion was, sorry, give me 1 second, was in the interpretation section. I'm just really confused, I guess, where it says the spirit of this policy is not to be used as basis for justification for racism, xenophobia of any kind, including not limited to anti-Asian racism, xenophobia, or anti-Semitism. I don't understand the meaning of that. Like, you can't just say, oh, by the way, you're not allowed to do bad things with this. Like, it seems like it's been added in as a way of denying any culpability, but it doesn't actually do that. It very much it's like the no takesies backsies of interpretation sections. I really don't get why that's been added in.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Karasik. With that, we will move on to the next individual I recognize, I will recognize Lucy Everett.
Before moving on, speaker, could you just make sure that the people that you recognize also state their constituency?
I spoke with the governance manager and we decided that we weren't gonna, that's fine.
Are you sure? Okay, sounds good.
Lucy Everett, just to please say your name, even though I just did.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Lucy Everett, she, her, and LUCYEVERETT. And I'm here, I'm a member of the Métis Nation of British Columbia, although my Métis roots are in Red River. And I'm here to kind of talk about Coastal GasLink and why this is a really important thing that SSMU needs to be divesting from, based on my solidarity work that I've done with nations such as the Wet'suwet'en, whose land is being occupied under military occupation for said pipeline, and as someone who's also a settler, and benefiting from white supremacy and all of these things that are interacting to allow for all of these different forms of oppression outlined in this document, our responsibility to use our position as SSMU to ensure that our money from McGill is not quite literally furthering the genocide of people. And when we're talking about human rights in the context of the CGL pipeline, McGill is directly profiting from, and we are therefore benefiting from the genocidal occupation of Indigenous lands that have never been ceded to the Canadian government. They've never had the right to send their military to a sovereign nation, and all of these are in violation of the UN Convention of Genocide, all 5 points. And to not recognize this and to state that our discomfort with some of these things, it should somehow be prioritized over the lives of the people who are suffering from all of these forms of discrimination, to me is not acceptable and is unjust. And so I personally think that it is our responsibility to consider all of the different interacting ways that these forms of oppression are leading to things like an RCMP invasion of sovereign Indigenous land to build a pipeline. And that's not even to speak about the climate change aspect. So that is just to speak of one part, and it is irrevocably unjust for us to be benefiting from this as people with all of these different types of privileges. So that is what I would like to say in support of this motion.
All right, thank you very much, Lucy. With that, I'm going to just note everyone, you can keep your cameras off. Generally speaking, we're only going to, I'd only encourage individuals that are presenting the motion. So that is to say the organizers, or when we get into reports, the presenters of the presentations to turn their cameras on, but otherwise, if you can keep them off, that would be greatly appreciated. With that, we're going to move on to the next individual that I recognize, and I will recognize, I'm going to recognize someone I haven't yet recognized, Senator Daryanani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good evening to everyone. I would first of all like to acknowledge the amount of labor, time, and effort that a variety of student leaders who will remain unrecognized even after the motion is passed, for their time, for everything that they've done to bring this motion forward. I take the comments very seriously from all constituents present here this evening. However, I do think that this is the first step that we must move to hold McGill accountable. Time and time again, the efforts of marginalized people are oftentimes overlooked and continue to be ignored. And so, and once again, with the onus put on marginalized people, those that come from the BIPOC community, this motion is just a simple testament to the lived experiences that real people have. I take the comments of Lucy very seriously when I recognize the efforts as well as the experiences that have been said. And I urge the GA today to vote in favor of passing this motion as a signal to McGill that you are not playing with just money, but with the lives of people.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Darianani. With that, we will move on. I will move on to Councillor Collins.
Hi, so more of a point of, actually, I don't really know what this is. I guess it's like constitutional, but it says, under mandates, so 4.2.2, that the motion would mandate the offices of the VP External and the VP UA to advocate on the Board of Governors. I was under the impression that only the president sits on the Board of Governors, so I don't really understand that mandate, how it works. I was just looking for clarification upon that. Thank you.
I will either take the mover, VP University Affairs, I'll unmute you.
All right, thank you for that question, Councillor Collins. So actually, the fact that the president sits on the Board of Governors is the reason that we place this mandate on the Vice President External and Vice President University Affairs. We recognize that the president's seat on the Board of Governors occupies like a very, very specific mandate, and it would not always be appropriate to ask the president to advocate for political positions to the Board of Governors. So with that said, there are many ways that we can engage in advocacy with the Board of Governors and with the Committee to Advise on Matters of Social Responsibility without actually occupying a seat on the Board of Governors. So a couple examples, two that we included was the submission of an expression of concern to CAMSR and meetings with either members of the committee or members of the Board of Governors at large, which is something that the Vice President External and I are kind of already doing. So actually, like the reason that this mandate was placed upon these two individuals, myself and the Vice President External, rather than the President, was actually, we thought the best solution, because in order to achieve divestment, the Board of Governors does need to be involved, but we wanted to recognize the unique role of the President and avoid like any breach of the board's code of conduct or of the mandate of the President, and this was the best solution that we identified.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. With that, I will move to Genevieve Nevin.
Just to confirm, do I state my name for the record or?
Yes, that would be great.
Sure, so it's Genevieve Nevin, Genevie, accent grave, VE, and Nevin, Nevin, and I use she, her pronouns. And I just wanted to thank the people for the time and energy that is spent on the creation of this motion and voice my full support for the motion, specifically speaking as an anti-Zionist Jewish person who is really taking issue with a lot of the comparisons of this motion as something that would further anti-Semitism. And I just really want to highlight too about how especially this motion that aims to divest from fossil fuel extraction and human rights violations on Wet'suwet'en land, and how the parallels between the settler colonialism that's taking place across so-called Canada and also Israel and Palestine. It's a really important motion that really kind of incorporates those things, and that to voice a lot of support in solidarity with Wet'suwet'en nations, and from the perspective of Jewish people who are fighting as well for the liberation of Palestine, and take issue with the characterization of this motion as anti-Semitic or furthering anti-Semitism.
Perfect. Thank you very much. With that, we will move on to the next individual. We will move to Reem, I don't want to butcher your last name, but Reem.
Yeah, my name is Reem Majid, R-E-E-M-A-J-I-D. So McGill students have an obligation to stand up for human rights, and given that many of us are settlers on unceded land, we have the responsibility as students at a colonial institution to commit to fighting anti-colonial and state-sanctioned violence, whether it's here or abroad. And so this motion is doing exactly that. It is a first step in calling on our university to honor its commitment to equity and inclusivity. And not only that, it is also calling on McGill to stop investing in corporations that uphold human rights abuses and colonial violence. And so I urge the student body to vote yes on this motion, which is much needed and way overdue. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to Carla Heisel.
Good evening, everyone. Have it on speaker. My name is Carla Heisel. I'm a U2 student, consistency arts and science. As a non-Jewish immigrant student from Paraguay, I really do believe that Zionism is important because people deserve to feel safe and protected in their homeland. I'm going to be voting against this motion because this resolution will perpetuate anti-Semitism on our campus. There is a gray area between legitimate criticism and anti-Semitism, where anti-Israel campaigns make anti-Semitism more probable and acceptable. People who condemn Israel question and deny its right to exist, which pushes the cycle of hate by delegitimizing a nation. I was horrified that Jewish students on campus were receiving an immense amount of hate if they decided to visit Israel. It was really hard for me to believe that my peers at McGill would place a negative judgment on students due to their religious beliefs. What I'm really worried about is that the wrong idea might have too many people and that this resolution will perpetuate more anti-Semitism on our campus.
All right, thank you very much, Carla. I will next recognize Zachary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I need to speak to the ways in which this motion is being reduced, because a lot of students have now been talking about how it specifically targets Israel and that it is a BDS campaign. I first want to specify that this motion is not targeting Israel as a state or Israel as a government. It is targeting corporations complicit in human rights violations. And in fact, none of the companies specified are Israeli. The ones used to, the ones specified in Palestinian human rights abuses are American in nationality. The implication that any and every effort made to affirm Palestinian human rights falls under BDS campaigning or is anti-Israeli in nature is reductionist. It is false. It invisibilizes and marginalizes Palestinian persons on this campus, and it is anti-Palestinian racism. The implication that affirming Palestinian rights simply in and of itself is anti-Israeli is anti-Palestinian racism. I really want to encourage everyone in this body here today to reject such racism as we move forward with this motion, because it does alienate Palestinian students on this campus, and it tells them that they are lesser and not important by comparison to everyone else in this body.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on, I will now recognize Zeke Bertrand.
Hi, so it's Zeke Bertrand, Zekebertrand. And I think that it's important to, as the person who spoke before me said, to notice that as we talk about being sensitive to Jewish students' needs, we also are sensitive to how this would tell, Palestinian and First Nations students that they do have a place at McGill, whereas currently McGill's practices are actively harming their communities. And so I think it's important that we not only focus on one group's comfort, but also look at the groups that are currently being actively harmed.
All right, thank you very much, Zeke. I will next go to Avishai.
Yes, thank you. It's Avishai Infeld, Avishai, Infeld. And I just want to point out that this motion actually, I actually like pointing out that this motion goes against something that the Judicial Board decided a few years ago, I believe, because I believe that a number of years ago, the Judicial Board decided to ban motions against specific states, and it was decided that this motion didn't violate that. But now it seems that the point of order has said that splitting this motion would violate the point of order. So violate the Judicial Board decision against specific states. So I believe that this is quite contradictory.
So to clarify what the the member of the gallery, Adam Gwiazda Amzil, was referring to was a different section of a judicial board motion. The separation of the question is very much different than the scope of the question. I will defer to Adam Gwiazda Amzil. I can't pull up the motion at the exact point, so I'm going to defer to Adam Gwiazda Amzil momentarily. I'm just going to note that this motion, the steering committee has come to the decision unanimously that it doesn't contradict the judicial board motion in either 2016 or 2017 regarding BDS motions specifically. And with that, I will defer to Adam Gwiazda Amzil.
Thank you. So you can look at the reference regarding the legality of BDS and similar motions. It's publicly accessible on the SSMU website. I regrettably don't have the section in front of me, but it's only 12 pages long. And so if you want to recess, I can look for it, but I don't think that's particularly necessary or conducive to debate right now. I encourage you to message me on Facebook if you'd like to further discuss this, but essentially what was being brought up with the point of order was that isolating the questions is what was ruled as exclusionary to the McGill student population. As such, if the motion were divided, the question no longer becomes about divestment per se, but about divestment from individual nationalities, operations, or companies with major stakeholdings in specific countries. As such, you can end up into these spillover debates about xenophobia, about anti-Semitism, certainly, anti-Indigenous sentiment, which comes up again and again in school legislative discussions, unfortunately. So in order to keep the motion on divestment per se, I brought up a point of order to make sure the question does not become divided. You, of course, have the ability to strike sections from a motion. You would have to give good reason for doing so. And as long as, the discussion doesn't become anti any specific nationality, I don't particularly think there's a good reason for doing so. But again, you're invited to look at the reference reading the legality of BDS and similar motions to understand the rationale for the point of order.
All right, thank you very much, Adam Gwiazda Amzil. I'll now defer to the VP University Affairs.
Right, thank you. So just another clarification. Thank you to the member, Adam Gwiazda Amzil, for that explanation. I just also want to clarify something about the judicial board reference. Like the original reference itself, the original ruling itself, the updated reference on the ruling is also publicly available on the SMU website. In this updated ruling, the J board, in no uncertain terms, clarifies that the student society does have the right to take positions on the actions of a government of a nation, for example. That being said, I do think it's important to clarify that nowhere in this policy does it make any mandate to oppose even a government of a nation nor its actions. All of it is purely limited to the actions of a corporation and the divestment from those corporations, the majority of which are actually based in North America, particularly the United States.
All right, thank you very much, Brooklyn. With that, we have an individual wishing to bring a point of order. Michael, again, Chalhoun Herbella, I'm just going to unmute you.
Yes, it's okay. You actually said it right for once. Thank you very much for calling upon me. I wanted to make a point of order to reconsider the division of the question, and I know this has been talked about a lot, but I do want to make a specific point. Firstly, I wanted to say that it is true that motions against states are not allowed. So I'd like to reframe the motion and say a motion to divide the question into any sections that are deemed of a sensitive issue regarding xenophobia. And I think that although this may be general, I think that if you are not recognizing the sensitivity of the issue regarding any movement considering any motion considering Israel, then that's ignorant in some manner. So the reason I say this is that dividing the question to some may seem as though it is exclusionary or that it is in some way anti-Semitic, but what I say is that it's actually inclusionary, and it's for people who are against certain clauses of the policy that are deemed xenophobic. Those people want to vote on the clauses that are not xenophobic and want to vote on the clauses that people like Lucy and Zachary said are for inclusion, are for supporting Indigenous rights. No one said that this is a black and white issue, and anyone who believes it's so should not be participating in this conversation because this is clearly a sensitive issue. There are clearly many opinions. So that's why dividing the question would be the most sound option right now, so that the clauses that are deemed potentially xenophobic can be voted on, and the ones that are not can clearly pass. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to note for the purpose of the minutes that that was not a point of order. So I'm going to note that the correct way to reconsider the question, given that it's not a question, so to speak, that it doesn't pertain to that specific motion, would be to appeal the decision of the chair. I'm going to note that this motion requires a mover, a seconder, and it also requires a 2/3 majority by the General Assembly, so by all voters. And so with that, I'm just going to look to the chat if there's any individual to move and second this. All right, seeing individuals wishing to move and second, we will launch into a poll. I will give individuals 5 minutes to vote. At that time, we will conclude. If the 2/3 threshold has been reached, the motion will be, the question will be reopened. If not, it will stand as is. Furthermore, I'm going to note that the 2/3 rule relates to all individuals who had participated in voting. It has no distinction over how many people are in the call, just of how many people have actually participated in voting. And to clarify, a yes vote would mean, so the question will be as follows: motion to appeal the decision of the chair. An in favor / a yes vote means that you'd like to appeal it. An objection or a no would mean you would like the motion to remain as is. A yes vote does not mean that the motion will automatically be subject to a division of the question. That motion will need to be removed. This is just to reconsider that specific motion itself. Are there any other individuals with questions? I'm going to note for voting, how to vote on this, it's going to be a Zoom poll. Yep, I'm going to take questions. So Samuel, I'm just going to unmute you. All right, Samuel.
Yeah, I suppose I'm a little confused. So people who want to keep everything as is are voting no? Yeah. Correct?
So,
okay. Can we change the order of that? Because I know a lot of people came here ready to vote yes on the motion and might be confused because they're here ready to vote yes. They want the motion to stay as is. Can we keep that camp as a yes and the camp that wants to change it as a no?
I think no, but no, just due to procedure and just because there's no easy way for me to frame it any way else. That's not the specific motion within Robert's rules. I will clarify this again though. Okay, so there is a motion to appeal the decision of the chair. This is to say a motion to appeal the decision I made that we wouldn't entertain a motion to divide the question. This has been moved and seconded, which means that it will be entertained. Following, there will be a Zoom poll and it will say motion to appeal the decision of the chair. For this circumstance, I will note that the decision of the chair was the motion to not consider a motion to divide the question. It is not a motion to allow the division of the question, and it is not a motion to, if it's approved, that will automatically go into a division in question. It is simply to reopen the debate that I had previously closed, so to speak, and allow a new opportunity concerning the division of the question to be raised. You're allowed one opportunity to appeal it. If this fails, that's the end. If it is approved, I cannot guarantee that the division of the question will be approved, but I will say that I will not be, I can say that if it is approved, I will not be able to intervene and strike it down again. Are there any other individuals with questions? To the individual within the Zoom chat, okay, appeal the decision of the chair means, I wish I knew how to like a synonym for appeal at this case, but it just means to no longer consider it. It's just you're basically objecting to my question, and an appeal means that you would overturn it. To vote in a Zoom poll on your iPhone, I'm not sure. Sorry, I think it is. I can't guarantee. If you come back, I'm going to allow 5 minutes for voting. Adam Guyaz de Ansel, I'm just noting that within my Robert's rules, it says 2/3 and objection to the consideration means is 1/2. Now, okay, so they're not going to be, there's literally no, unless they are comfortable with voicing their support out loud. But again, that's only for individuals who cannot vote any other way. To confirm one last time, within the Zoom poll, there's going to be 2 options. Because it's procedural, there will only be 2. You're going to have a yes/in favor option and a no/in opposition option. Yes would mean that you'd like to appeal/object/overturn the decision that I made as chair. A no would mean that you'd sustain my decision. My decision would stand as is, and we would continue with not participating, with not dividing the question. If anyone has any further questions, I'm going to know, Isaac, division of the question, division of the question is not the motion that we are appealing. The motion to appeal itself is a privileged motion, and it requires 2/3. It's not appeal of the division of the question, it's appeal the decision of the chair. The appeal the decision of the chair requires 2/3. Division of a question requires one half majority. Object to the consideration of the question, which doesn't apply in this case, would require 1/2, but because it doesn't apply specifically, it's a 2/3 majority. We are not going to have a speaker for and against because this is procedural. I apologize if it cannot let you vote by poll. There's only so many limitations to Zoom. Are there any further individuals with questions? Seeing none, I will open the poll momentarily. Yeah, I'm going to take that. Wing, can you make a new tab that says explaining yes. Yes is not in favor of dividing the okay. I'm just going to clarify one more time. The motion that we're considering right now has nothing to do with division of the question. If you vote yes, you could still vote no to dividing the question. It's literally just to entertain a new motion to consider a division of the question. A yes vote means that you are going to appeal my decision. No, Wing, that's incorrect.
Sorry, do you want to repeat what you said?
Okay, yes means you would like to appeal my decision. There we go. This has nothing to do with division of the question, everyone. Literally, the decision is just to appeal my decision. The decision is that I was not going to entertain is that I was not going to entertain the motion to divide the question. This doesn't mean that a motion to divide the question is going to come up again. I apologize if people are being unclear. It's procedure, and there's no easier way for me to explain procedure. Okay, I will explain one more time. The motion that I struck down, that I said because it was contravening a judicial board document, was the division of the question. Someone brought forward an appeal the decision of the chair. This means that my motion to strike down the division of the question could be reconsidered. That does not mean it will be reconsidered, but that means it has the opportunity to be reconsidered. I'm also going to note to please refrain from personal attacks to my own chat. I am the speaker, please. If you need help clarifying, please say so, but please refrain from personal attacks. It's not appreciated or warranted in this case. Are there any further individuals with questions? Isaac, I'm going to note that I was incorrect and it requires a 1/2. Thank you very much. With that, are there any further individuals? Seeing none, the motion will be open momentarily. I will announce when the vote should be up. If you have any situations, I will be checking the chat as we go. I will let you know. I'm going to put the motion forward now. The poll is now launched. You have 5 minutes to complete it, which is to say at 20:33, polling will end. Okay, I'm going to clarify everyone else. This isn't going to change how you voted. So my decision was that I wasn't going to entertain a motion to divide the question. That was my decision that we weren't going to entertain it, and so I ruled it out of order. Yes does not mean anything does not relate to any sort of, yes does not mean that you want to divide the question. Yes just means that you want to reopen my decision. The motion to divide the question would still need to be removed. As in removed again, not removed. I'm going to give one more minute for voting. All right, I'm going to give 10 more seconds to vote. The results of the vote are as follows. I'll begin with yes, in favor, even though it's always in the negative. Okay, so the number of individuals in favor of appealing the decision of the chair is 149, which is 41%. The number of individuals opposed to appealing the decision of the chair is 215, meaning 59%. This has reached the 1/2 threshold, meaning that the motion to appeal the decision of the chair will not occur. This is to say, I will not entertain another motion to divide the question on this motion, and this can furthermore not be reappealed again. This is to say, this area, this part of this section of the vote has been closed. No divisions of the question will be entertained. With that, we are going to move on back to the debate at hand, and I will begin with Danielle. Danielle?
Sorry. I didn't realize I didn't have to unmute myself.
No, no worries.
Sorry. As a progressive pro-Palestine Zionist Jew, and knowing that 95% of American Jews, and more so of Canadian Jews, identify as such, I think that it is imperative to recognize the differences between these causes. I support the Wet'suwet'en people. I support the fight against climate change. I think it is appalling that McGill invests in corporations that use Uyghur concentration camp slave labor, and in Lockheed Martin, which provided a bomb that killed 40 innocent Yemeni children. I additionally firmly believe that the vast majority of people present on this call have no reservations about voting yes on the aforementioned issues, as evidenced by the complete lack of debate about them. The mere fact that there's only opposition present against the sections of the motion that single out Israel means that it is entirely unfair to the other issues presented in the motion to lump them in with Israel, which could lead them to be unfairly voted down. The current complex and nuanced situation in Palestine is incomparable to the other situations in this motion. In fact, the mentions of Palestine are in line with BDS talking points, which have already been declared unconstitutional in SMU. The assertion that the motion cannot be split into topics because that would render the Israel-related sections of the motion unconstitutional, as singling out a single nation is absurd. If splitting the motion would violate the ban on singling out specific countries in motions similar to BDS in nature, this should also violate that clause. Although more than one cause is included in the motion, the nation of Israel is still being singled out. Earlier this evening, Brooklyn said that this motion is constitutional because it does not condemn any government, and they said that it only condemns the actions of the companies involved. However, the actions of Remax and Oshkosh in selling real estate in the West Bank and dealing with the IDF are not unethical or a breach of human rights unless you are condemning Israel. Additionally, the Israel-related sections of this motion are clearly within the guidelines of the BDS movement itself. In the official BDS handbook, it asks for students to think of distancing themselves from the broader BDS movement if they believe it will help them get their motions passed. Therefore, it is clear to me that this motion constitutes a BDS motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Danielle. We will next go to Brooklyn Frizzle, VP University Affairs.
Hi, thank you. So just to address some of those contents. I recognize, I do recognize the feelings of the many people here today who are concerned over that section of the policy, but I do want to ask, is anyone here a citizen of Remax? Is anyone here a citizen of TC Energy? No, this is not about the governments of the world or passing judgment on the actions of a government, nor on the judgment on its people. We, the organizers of this motion, have done everything in our power to distance ourselves from conflict and controversy surrounding BDS. To address that comment, the comment earlier about the interpretation, we have put language in to clarify that this is in no way meant to marginalize or target Israeli students. And I think that's further evidenced by the fact that this motion contains no direct condemnations of any nation or its people. It's purely based on the actions of individual corporations. And since none of us here are nationals or citizens of any of these corporations, I don't think it's quite fair to say that we are targeting any nationality of people, nor is it fair to say that this motion will spur any kind of anti-Semitic or anti-Israeli marginalization. This is explicitly about the divestment of McGill University from corporations, which we have well documented within this policy, are complicit in human rights violations as recognized by international bodies. There is not a single example here that isn't backed up by third-party, nonpartisan, international bodies such as UN Human Rights Watch, such as the international courts, and Canada itself. Everything here is backed up by fact. None of the claims that we're making are contentious when it comes to international consensus. And none of our claims are laid against any specific nation or its people. This is purely about the actions of corporations. And so I would ask that when making arguments against this motion, that people limit it to what is actually in the motion itself, rather than straw man arguments about the harms of BDS and past controversies. If you are going to make arguments about this policy or against this policy, I would ask that you please give examples of what in the policy you take issue with, rather than simply raising concerns over potential for marginalization or past controversy, because I can tell you that we have done everything in our power to distance ourselves from that controversy and ensure that this policy cannot be used to marginalize students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP University Affairs. With that, I will move on to, I'm going to call someone I haven't yet called, Simone Babreau.
Hi, I'm Simone Bobrow, SIMONE and I use she, her pronouns. So I just wanted to say, as a Jewish student on McGill's campus, I personally recognize that Zionism is an explicitly settler colonial project, and that criticizing the nation of Israel is not equivalent to criticizing the Jewish religion. As many have already said, criticizing the Israeli settler colonial state is healthy and necessary to avoid human rights violations. Someone said they wanted Jews to have a place to live, a safe place to live, and I think Palestinians deserve this too. Moreover, this clause is not even about Israel specifically, or even an Israeli corporation, but about a North American corporation exploiting the conflict and furthering human rights violations for their own profit, which, regardless of your opinions on Zionism or the Israeli state, we should all be able to agree is wrong. All of these corporations are exploiting vulnerable peoples and conflicts for profit, and this is not something we should ever stand for or allow institutions we're a part of to stand for, regardless of your political opinions or affiliation. That's all I really need to say.
All right, thank you very much. We will move on to Iman Alali.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Thank you for calling upon me. So my name is Iman Al-Ali. My pronouns are she and her. My name is EMANALALI. So I'm a U3 art student. So as students of McGill, it is important for us to recognize our role as leaders of change. The Yemen crisis is the largest humanitarian crisis in the world, where about 80% of the population is in dire need of humanitarian assistance. So parties to the conflict have killed and injured thousands of Yemeni civilians. So more than 20 million people in Yemen are experiencing food insecurity. 10 million of them are at risk of famine. About 7.8 million children don't have access to education as well as access to water and sanitation. So we should divest from corporations who are profiting from bombing campaigns that target these civilians and perpetuating the humanitarian crisis. And thus we should divest from Lockheed Martin. I support this motion at SSMU's commitment to becoming leaders in matters of social justice and human rights. Thank you.
Very much. We'll move on to Dunia. I apologize if I'm saying your name wrong.
Hi, hi everyone. My name is Dunia Aljaki, DOUNIAALJIKLI, sorry. I wanted to say that it is baffling to see how there seems to be a concerted effort to dismiss the inclusiveness of this motion. And this has been mentioned before, this is not about targeting specific states. This is about targeting specific firms and companies that have taken part in human rights abuses and violation in search of profit. I urge people to vote and support this motion, as well as recognize that it is the first step towards taking real concrete action to make sure that our university is held accountable for its actions. This is a motion backed with facts, and it is well-sourced. The fundamental problem with dividing this motion or having this debate revolving around Israel is signaling that the other human rights abuses going on against Uyghurs or First Nations, among others, are of lesser importance. And I really think this is outrageous. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to first call, Naomi Pastrana, point of order. I'm just going to unmute you.
Hi, yeah, I'm Naomi Pastrana. I'm in U1. I'm in nursing, and I just want to propose moving to a vote.
Yep. So given that that is within our standing rules, if that's permissible, that would just be to call the question. It also requires a 1/2 majority. And we are going to, my Brooklyn VP University Affairs, I'll be right with you. And so that would just be to move to would move into voting period automatically. That is to say, end debate, end question period. No other individuals would be able to participate at this time. I'm going to note that I have accepted that. Before moving on, because Naomi, for example, you could explain why you think would be beneficial, or I know that there are other individuals who had brought forward the idea of moving to a vote. If any of you would like to, one person to speak to motivate it, you may be able to. I'm going to note that we have a seconder. So VP University Affairs, I'm just going to unmute you so I can inquire what you mean about online vote. I think I understand, but I just wanted to clarify. But that point to move to a vote, the point, my apologies, to call the question has been accepted by me and has been moved and approved. It will first require a vote momentarily. VP University Affairs.
Right. So I wanted to move to approve this by an online vote rather than the GA approval and then referendum. I believe it's the second option in the Constitution that I can find if you'd like.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah. So I think I'm going to require a recess for that, just because I know that our General Assembly, there's a certain aspect of our General Assembly that has to fall in line with the Corporations Act. So I'm going to clarify if we move that. I'm going to clarify sorry, my dogs are barking. I'm going to clarify if it would still need to be ratified. To the individuals in the chat who have not spoken yet, I recognize that. That's just what to call the question is. It recognizes that individuals have not spoken yet, but it's done. It can be done regardless. It has been moved and entertained. So VP University Affairs, I am going to get back to you on that. I will get back to you on that as soon as we debate, as soon as we move to a vote on calling the question on this. But is there one individual, either I'm going to name the people who had either Naomi or Noah, if either of you would like to motivate for the motion to move forward to a vote. All right, Noah, I will just unmute you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point is clear. The conversation has been going around in circles. There are people saying that it's BDS, it's anti-Semitic, and there are people saying that again. There are people saying that it clearly doesn't target the state of Israel, that it is a motion about human rights generally. It is not specific. Frankly, I think we all know where this conversation is going to go, and that no one is going to have their opinion changed, so we may as well just vote on it. And for what it's worth, I'm a Jew who thinks this is worth approving.
All right, thank you very much. Given that this is procedural, we're not going to enter into debate on it. With that, I will enter into another Zoom poll. And to clarify, a motion to call a question, I will include both, means the same. Motion to call the question / move to a vote simply means that you think we could end debate now, regardless of if there are other individuals wishing to speak, that you are willing to end debate now and move to a vote. It has no indication on how you will vote in the actual motion itself. It's just if you'd like to move to voting itself. Are there any individuals with questions on that? Charles, I'm going to unmute you just because it takes less time for me to clarify in real life than it does for me to type it out. Yeah, but Charles Atkinson, what do you mean type of vote?
I was just asking if this is, if this would specify that this would be a vote requiring ratification, or if this is simply to end debate.
Yep. So this has nothing to do with the ratification. I'm going to, I'm not going to entertain that quite yet, just given that we haven't even reached voting period. This vote has no indication on voting for it, sorry, my apologies, my dogs, on voting for it to move to ratification. It literally just has to move to a vote. That's it. I'm going to note that that the vote requires 1/2 majority, which is to say 50%. And it means that 50% of voters, not individuals in the room or in the Zoom meeting, but voters. And I'm going to note, Noah, given that the votes are very much different in terms of an online vote, and considering that a call to question isn't even related to voting, like the outcome of the voting, we're not going to do a friendly amendment. They're going to have to be entertained separately. This isn't a decision of the chair. It's literally just procedurally how it works. Are there any other individuals with questions? Seeing no individuals with questions, I will open the poll up momentarily. If you have questions in the meantime, you can feel free to message me in the chat and I will reply to you. 67%, and 119 opposed /33%. The motion to call the question has been approved, and thus we will move to voting period. I'm going to refer back to previous questions raised regarding the online ratification. According to item section 13.9 of our Constitution, regardless of if we have quorum at the General Assembly, all resolutions have to go to ratification. There is no way to appeal this. This is not my decision. This is literally just the Corporations Act, and this is our Constitution. Unfortunately, we can't appeal it, and so regardless of how this turns out, this motion will move forward to online ratification. And I'm going to understand. I'm going to ignore that. So I'm also going to note for clarification, even if this motion passes at the GA, it will move to online ratification. There is no question about that. There cannot be debate about it. That's the end. Once it reaches online ratification, if it fails to either receive if it fails to receive quorum, which is 10% of the SSMU membership, so all undergraduate members that belong to the SSMU, or if it isn't approved, so it fails to reach 50% in favor, the motion will be null. I'm going to note one more time, there is no way to change this. There is no way to change. I'm going to note that there is no longer quorum. So what this is going to mean is that I'm going to note individuals who are speaking to me in the question, in the comments that don't relate to this, I'm not going to be able to get to because it's no longer relevant to voting period. The time to debate an individual's point has passed. With this, quorum keeps leaving, individuals keep leaving. For quorum check, we currently have 311 in the room, but given that we have, I believe, 3 staff, myself, the parliamentarian, and the recording secretary, we have 307. So we don't have quorum. This means that this motion will go to Legislative Council. This does not mean that this is the end of the motion, but it will just need to go to Legislative Council first. I'm going to allow the individuals, if the individuals that are currently in the waiting room, if they have previously submitted requests to attend, I will add them. If not, are there any questions right now? Okay, so I'll clarify Legislative Council. I don't know, I won't go into a whole thing about it, so it's just going to need to be approved by Legislative Council prior to online ratification. So item 7A, given that it passed during quorum, it will not need to be approved by Legislative Council. If this motion is approved, it will be approved without quorum. This just means it's going to go to another governing body, the Legislative Council, which is made up of representatives from faculty and from schools. You are still able to attend, you just will not have a vote there. That being said, this isn't the end. This is not to say that it's the end of the line for the motion. That is to say it's going to add another governing body, and the outcome may be different, the outcome may be the same. In terms of a vote, we are going to vote momentarily. I'm just going to allow all individuals who are currently in the waiting room and have received. Unfortunately, Brian, it is not possible. It has to move to Legislative Council first. If everyone gives me 1 minute to just approve the remaining people within the waiting room, we will move to a vote, and I will explain voting procedure momentarily. Okay, I'm going to clarify. So we are now with, I believe, 284 voting members. We are in a consultative forum. Motions in a consultative forum will go to Legislative Council. They don't need they don't need online ratification. Their fate, so to speak, lies in Legislative Council. This is not to say, in order of promoting legitimacy, transparency, and democracy, this is not to say that you cannot still continue to participate. You can feel free to schedule meetings with your faculty representatives or your school representatives or your constituency representatives. You can speak with your faculty or school executive, and discussions can be had there. And you can also attend the Legislative Council meeting, which will be occurring next week, that will entertain this. It would only go to ratification if it reached the quorum. Your vote now determines if the vote, the vote currently signals, the vote just signals how this group of people believes about the motion. It's going to go to Legislative Council one way or another, but it determines who is in favor of it. And if it's approved specifically, it will go to Legislative Council. If it is not, it will not go for, it will, I believe, I'm going to seek clarification to ensure that I am not sending false information. I'm going to be right back. Okay, I have clarification. Okay, so regardless of the vote for tonight, it can go forward to Legislative Council. As long as the movers consent it to go forward, it can. In terms of if you can vote in Legislative Council, no. So I'll briefly explain the structure of the Legislative Council. So the Legislative Council consists of around 33 or 25 to 35 individuals. They are from the executives, they are from schools and faculties. So for example, the arts faculty has 3 counselors, and then it has a VP external, which also gets a vote, which means for arts, there are 4 total votes. They alone are allowed to vote. Members of the gallery are not allowed to vote. They can participate in debate, but they can't vote. When I tabulate voting, I only open it to official voting members of the Legislative Council. You can meet with them. You can go to their office hours. You can speak to executives. I know that any of them would be happy to speak to you about, but you are free to still attend next Legislative Council. I'm just going to note on the SMU website, there is also an opportunity to sign up to attend Legislative Council. If you fill that out, I will send you like I did with the General Assembly, I will send you an invitation to attend Legislative Council. It will be a similar structure. There will be less people, but it will be very much entertained the same way. And if individuals would like to speak on it, who maybe wanted to speak on it today, but because of the vote to call the question, weren't able to, they would be able to at this time. But I'm going to note ratification does no longer occur. And because consultative forum is no longer binding, so to speak, because we don't have hit quorum, we need a higher level of validation. And I use that in a very loose term, but we need a higher level of a governing body to approve or reject the motion to determine if it's the final will of the society. Are there any questions on this? I will take them in the chat. Unless, I'm going to ask all individuals with their hands up, if it's not specifically on this, where we are now, if you can lower your hands. That being said, okay. Noah, do you have a question?
No, I think my hand raised is left here from earlier, unless you're implying something.
No, not at all. Not at all. That's fine with me. I will lower your hand. And all right, Jasper, you have a question.
Yeah, I was just wondering that if people left because they thought that they could avoid quorum being reached, like, how does that make the vote feasible? Like, I like so the numbers dropped below, like, I think, what was quorum, 350? Or
Yep.
Okay. And so if we were originally at that number, like, is there a chance that is there going to be another General Assembly, or no way? Okay. And this wouldn't be possible if it was in person, correct? If people like left mid. Okay, so it's just because it's online this year. I just think it's a systemic problem because of the online format. But...
Okay, so I'm going to take your question one by one. If I miss anything, please feel free. Okay, so people like leave quorum. The in and out of quorum is not as much an online issue as is just a general assembly. A lot of times we never hit quorum. This is like one of the first times that we've hit quorum in a while in general. So that's not a specific online issue. Okay, I'm so sorry. Jasper, if you want to just repeat, I'll take, like, if you want to repeat one question at a time, and I'll just like answer them as we go.
Sure. Sorry. Yeah, haven't done this before, so I'm a bit scattered. I guess just my general question is, like, I feel like the system is a bit skewed, or like it seems like if you do not want quorum to be reached, you can just leave, and so that way the power is taken away from the people and it's given to legislative council, and so the vote here is pretty much completely void. That's what I feel. And I think that's what's happened. The people who believe that this motion was going to pass and felt their opinion was, let's say, they thought they weren't going to. There was going to be a 50% and it's going to pass. They left to ensure quorum was not passed. So I just felt like that's kind of what happened here, and I guess there's nothing we really can do to avoid that. I'm just wondering if there was any mechanism or.
Yeah. Okay. So I completely understand what you're saying. That is completely a real life and both a real life and online issue. In real life, we literally have no way to determine if someone wants to stay in the room or not. So this could very well have happened in the same, if this was in real life and like new residence ballroom, for example. Regarding this could not come up at a new General Assembly as is, because it would be the same motion. And so, like, even to call a special General Assembly, it would need to be different, and there would need to be significant motivation besides the fact that it didn't hit quorum. I'm not going to speculate as to the rationale behind why people left, but I'm just going to note that I understand that hitting quorum and not hitting quorum, like, it is a very precarious situation to be in. it is a very precarious situation to be in, but that the only way to enforce that quorum is not lost is to always, like, just again, in terms of democracy, to encourage everyone to come out and attend legislative council. People who left as abstains, no, they have left. They don't get any count. First off, we don't have a final count of all the individuals who left. And if they are not present for voting, they aren't counted for voting at all. So they aren't considered abstain. They aren't considering yes. They aren't considered no's. They just aren't considered. Are there any other individuals with questions? How many people it takes to reach quorum? 350 voting. So for clarification, I am not a voting member in my position as chair, nor do I get a vote here. Our parliamentarian is not, and our recording secretary does not vote. So currently we have 257 voting members below from our 350 threshold we need. The question has been called already. I'm just answering questions. Thank you very much. 350, the number comes from the SSMU Constitution. It was set some time ago. It just comes from the SSMU Constitution that that's binding. Okay, I'm gonna go with one more question. Maya, I'm just gonna unmute you. Maya.
Hi, so my name is Maya Goss, MAYAGOSS. So I'm just wondering what happens once it goes to legislative council. You might be about to address that. I just am sort of unclear on that process, considering we don't have one.
Yep. Okay. So regardless of how this vote turns out, if it goes to legislative council, what will happen is it will go very much through the same procedure that it happened, that we saw tonight. So for example, it will be motivated. It will be motivated once again. It will be it will have question period once again, and it will have debate once again. Very much the same. In terms of what's different about it is the fact of who is sitting on the legislative council and who has a vote. Votes at legislative council are much more narrow, so to speak, in the fact that there's around 35 voting members, where here there is a potentially an unlimited number of voters available to take part in voting. But that's about the only difference between the two, is just who is allowed to vote. Members of SSMU are still allowed to come. They are still allowed to participate in debate. They are just simply not allowed to take part in voting. In terms of what happens with the result in this case, so ultimately it doesn't bind, the vote is not binding. Even if this is a no vote, it could theoretically come back to legislative council and be moved through a different governing body. If it receives a yes vote, it would generally be automatically assumed that it would go to legislative council. If it's a yes vote, it would just note that it was approved by the consultative forum, but the votes are not binding. They can be a good indication of who the people were at the General Assembly, how they voted, but it is not binding in the sense that if 350 people participated in voting would. I'll take Tara, and then Amir, I'll just unmute you, and then we'll move on to a vote.
Yeah, hi. My name is Tara, Tara, I use she, her pronouns, and I guess this is more of a comment than a question. I would urge you and like the people who are in charge of, organizing general assemblies to consider changing the regulations around quorum. This feels like a really deliberate move, and I know that maybe you don't want to speculate, but we're allowed to speculate as students. I would urge you to consider changing the regulations to accommodate the remote version of general assemblies, because leaving a general assembly to prevent quorum from being reached on Zoom is different from getting up and walking out of a room in real life. Yeah. So I mean, in the future, we don't know when we're gonna come back to university in person, and this is something that should be considered by the people who are organizing this because it's not fair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. It's going to technically have to be stricken out of order just because it is in the question, but I will nevertheless note your comments. And I will go to next Amir, just one moment, please. All right, Amir.
Hi, I'm Amir, AMIRZAMAN. I go by he and pronouns. First off, I wanted to say that I agree 100% with Tara. And I have a question of when exactly does quorum need to be reached? Like at what specific point does quorum need to be reached for it to be counted as having quorum? And where is this said in law?
Okay. So in terms of, I'll just do your last question first and I'll go from there. In terms of quorum, it's in the Constitution. I don't have the Constitution in front of me, but if you look up the section regarding General Assembly in the Constitution, it will be clearly defined as 350 members. Concerning when quorum needs to apply, quorum needs to, for decisions, binding decisions, it needs to apply during voting specifically. That being said, in traditional senses, and even now, say right now we're at 254 voting. Even if 100 people came in just to vote, came in just to vote and then leave, we wouldn't really respect that. And so generally, it should be 350 people when voting commences. Anytime that quorum is lost, it's a consultative forum. A consultative forum can turn back into a General Assembly, and it can go back, but it can also go back into a consultative forum. I'm going to note specifically that the section in the Constitution is section 13.4. Thank you very much, SSMU President. But that's all that there can be said. So in order for a decision to be binding, the quorum needs to be had at voting period itself. Seeing no further individuals with questions, we are going to move forward with the vote. With this, I'm going to explain voting period. So the voting is going to is going to occur differently than what we did with the Zoom polls. I will be doing Microsoft Forms. All individuals, all of you should be current McGill students. All of you will be able to take part in this vote. It will be a link, much like a Google form, but Microsoft. It will be a form that's going to first make you sign in to your mail.mcgill.ca account to verify your status as a SSMU member. Then it's going to ask you to indicate your student number and ask you how you vote. I'm going to have this open for 10 minutes. Given that there are a couple more questions, including adding your name and adding your student number, I'm going to open it for 10 minutes. When I announce the vote, it will be anonymous in the fact that I will be able to see who votes how, but no one else will. And I am bound to confidentiality, and I will not be sharing that information with anyone else. Are there any questions on that specifically? Seeing none, I will get the form open now. For the name on the McGill student card, it ultimately doesn't, like, if you want to use your preferred name or your student, I won't have a preference. Ideally, it would match up to the name that you submitted on the General Assembly attendance form. If you'd like to use a preferred name, if you have a different preferred name, feel free to use that. I mainly am looking for the correct student ID. So if you have another name, that's fine. As long as you give me a valid student ID, that's all I'm really looking for. All right, I'm going to send out the form now. I'm going to note you have 10 minutes. As soon as I send it, I will begin the timer. With that, we will end voting at 21:35. So the results of the vote are as follows. 190 in favor, 19 opposed, and 3 abstentions. The motion has been approved, and it will next appear at the next Legislative Council of next Thursday, which I believe is February the 25th. So if individuals are willing to are wishing to come to the Legislative Council, then you are free and encouraged to fill out the attendance request form on the SSMU.ca website, and your request will be honored. To all individuals who perhaps are leaving, thank you very much for coming to the General Assembly tonight. To everyone, thank you very much to your kind comments to me. I didn't have a chance to reply to all of them, but I really appreciated it a lot. And thank you very much for participating in student democracy. I'm going to recognize individuals with questions. Sanchi.
Hi, Sanchi, SANCHIBHALLA. I was wondering if there is a formal way to codify an appreciation for the dais tonight, include like the speaker, the parliamentarian, and the rec sec, because regardless of political views and one's attitude towards the SSMU, I think all of you did an incredible job and deserve some sort of formal recognition for that.
You can, given that it's not substantive, I'm not going to toot my own horn here, but given that it's not substantive here, if you'd like to move it, we won't need to do a recess. We can just do a motion from the floor. If you would like to do a formal and in motion.
Can I do an informal motion for appreciation of the dais?
All right, thank you very much, a member of the gallery. With this seconded, Sanchi, would you like to motivate further?
I think all of you did an incredible job tonight and deserve to pat yourself on the back. And regardless of one's views on student politics and what we've discussed here today, I think everyone recognizes that.
Thank you very much. Given that this is procedural, we're not going to go into debate. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the motion has been approved. Once again, thank you everyone. This is also my last GA as speaker, so thank you everyone for making this my last GA so memorable. With that, we will move on to the next item of the agenda. Parliamentarian, if you can just pull the agenda up for everyone again. With that, we are going to move on to item 8, report of the Board of Directors, and to present on this, we have the SSMU president. I will just unmute you momentarily.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is the report of the Board of Directors for the winter 2021 General Assembly. So we'll go over the overview, which is on the next slide. So we'll be discussing what is the Board of Directors, major decisions that we've made, and then we'll open it up to the floor for any questions. So we can, I think, jump to one more slide or 2 more slides. Cool. So what is the Board of Directors composition currently consists of 4 executives, 4 counselors, 4 members at large, 1 international student representative, which is non-voting, and the general manager as an ex officio non-voting member. The requirements to sit on the Board of Directors is that you must be at least 18 years of age, a citizen or permanent resident of Canada, not have filed for bankruptcy, not have been declared incapable by a court, and not have a criminal record. We can go 2 more slides. So the powers, the Board of Directors is the highest governing body of the SSMU. It's responsible for the SSMU's finances, operations, human resources, and legal operations. They're tasked with ratifying the resolutions passed by the Legislative Council, and they meet bi-weekly on Thursdays, so the alternating week from Legislative Council. So some key decisions that have happened since the fall 2020 General Assembly. Renovation of 351 Peel, University Center renovation, approval of the revised SMU budget, and approval of the 2019-2020 financial statements and audit. So, I mean, that's all. It's a short and sweet presentation. I'll turn it over to the floor if there are any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, SMU President. With that, are there any questions on the report of the Board of Directors at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to item 9, report of executives. We will begin with item 9A, report from the President. And SMU President, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This one should be pretty short too. So I'll just go over the role of the President and then the project/campaign promises. So I'll go over what's in progress and then what's been already completed. So the role of the President, according to the Constitution, is to act as the chief officer and spokesperson of the society, to ensure the long-term integrity of the SMU, enforce the Constitution and IRs, which are the internal regulations, maintain governing documents, chair and coordinate the executive committee, help manage the human resources and sit on the human resources committee of the SMU, as well as sit on the board of directors. In addition, I call meetings and set agendas for the executive committee, manage SMU McGill administration relations, represent the 23,000 undergraduate students on the as a representative of the McGill Senate and also as a representative on the McGill Board of Governors. So as I mentioned, we can go a couple of slides. I'm doing it on my own screen as well at the same time. Yeah, that one's perfect. So on the McGill Senate, I sit on the subcommittee for the Senate Committee on Physical Development. So we go over the physical development of campus, construction timelines on buildings, etc. I also sit on the committee on the rights of Senate. As a member of the McGill Board of Governors, I sit on the subcommittee to advise on matters of social responsibility, as has been discussed earlier today. And then I, again, as mentioned earlier, represent the SMU and maintain relations between the McGill administration. So relevant staff that are under my portfolio include the sustainability commissioners and the governing documents researcher. So if you have any questions about either of those two, you can either direct them to me now or you can set up an email with me later. Moving on to the projects and campaign promises. So these are the ones that are currently in progress. So reducing GAs from 2 to 1 per year. In order for this to go through, it needs a constitutional change. So obviously that there's a lot that's going on with the Constitution. So it's not something that can happen as a standalone item. So it's in progress. Ensuring the relevant students who are stakeholders in projects or areas that are being discussed have seats at the table or at those committees. This isn't something that can really be completed. So that's why it's in progress. It's ongoing. It's something that I think future presidents should strive to continue as well. The opening of 351 Peel this has been delayed due to COVID-19. Similarly to putting in student-run operations at the University Center, and as well as opening GERTS, which we all love and miss dearly. But those have all been delayed by COVID-19, and they're waiting. They're ready for you. Just as soon as it's safe. So for the campaign promises / projects that have been completed so far, so I mentioned continuing the work that former President Biraga had done on the Fall Reading Week. Happy to announce, and you should have all gotten the MRO a few weeks ago, that it has been implemented moving forward. So starting next year, we will have a Fall Reading Week. Second point was to establish a long-term plan. So that was the 5-year plan that was recently approved in the Legislative Council. And then the last point is reopening the UC after renovations. Again, this was delayed slightly due to COVID, but the UC, it's having like a soft launch. Some of the tenants are able to access the building and operate accordingly, but we're going to move into like a soft and larger launch again as soon as it's safe to do so. So hope that was short. As I promised, I'll open it up to any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, SMU President. With that, I'll enter into question period. All individuals with questions can raise their hands. I will first recognize Sam Barron.
Hey, so I'm Sam Barron, SAM space BARON, and I'm in the Faculty of Arts. I'm actually recently elected to the Arts Executive as the Vice President Social, and I was wondering if you have any updated information about the Arts Lounge. I know that one of your things is reopening student spaces, and this is one that we have not had for, we're running up on year 3 now. And this was supposed to be done 2 years ago. So I was wondering if you have any updated information on that, because I can't seem to get anything out of the admin yet. Every time I email them, they're like, it's a pandemic. We don't really know what's going on. So I was just wondering if you happen to know.
All right, thank you very much, Sam. Jamar, new president.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Sam. It's a very good question. So I don't have any specific updates on the Arts Lounge itself. I know that the Arts Building, the construction in that general vicinity should be nearing its end soon. I know they've been putting a lot more work into it because of the pandemic and because there's a reduced amount of people going into that space right now. If you are able to send me an email, I'd be happy to follow up at my next meeting or like when I can, but I don't have any other information beyond that right now.
Right, thank you very much, SMU President. Are there any other individuals with questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to item 9B, report from the Vice President, External Affairs. Parliamentarian, thank you very much. And VP External, I will unmute you now.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can everybody, or can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, this is the report of the VP External for the 2021 Winter General Assembly. So, bon, en français, mes mandats sont les affaires externes, les affaires communautaires, l'engagement communautaire, des campagnes politiques et des relations syndicales. So that's external affairs, community engagement, political campaigns, and union relations or union affairs. You can move next slide. So this is just briefly the external affairs staff at the moment. So you can, as you can see, like we have 4 new hires since the last General Assembly. So the Black Affairs Commissioner, this is a completely new position. Similarly, with the political researcher and the external affairs coordinator, the Community Affairs Commissioner is a new hire. The previous commissioner resigned and has been rehired. So this is the extent of the staff at the moment. You'll also notice that the Community Engagement Commissioner, that is in principle, that's a position within the external affairs staff, but it has been vacant for a very long time. It will be coming back in the upcoming, in like the new term of the new VP External. So that's that. Next slide, please. So here are some boards, committees, and other bodies that I sit on. With respect to external affairs, I sit on the Board of Directors and the Advocacy Committee for the UCRU, which stands for the Association of Undergraduates of Canadian Research Intensive Universities. So that's U15 specifically, universities that engage in advocacy at the federal level. At the provincial level, I sit on the Inter-Associatif, which is a roundtable of student associations at the CEGEP and university level within the province that kind of coordinates advocacy efforts and campaigns. Et puis le groupe de travail de la coalition contre le programme de l'expérience québécoise, ou en fait contre les réformes du PEQ. So that's the working group against the reforms to the PEQ that came into effect for students at the end of last year. With respect to community affairs, I sit on the CCM, the board of directors of the Comité des citoyennes et citoyen de Milton Park, which is the Milton Park Citizens Committee, as an observer to that board. I'm a board member of the CKUT, and I'm a member of their Probationary Job Review or Human Resources Committee. I sit on the Affordable Student Housing Committee and the Community Engagement Committee of the SSMU, and I sit on the Board of Directors of the Push Fund, which is basically one of the three parties that will help the SSMU develop its affordable student housing project of 200 to 300 housing units. So next slide. So more bodies that I sit on. With respect to union affairs, I sit on the McGill Communities Council, other SSMU committees, Indigenous Affairs Committee, Black Affairs Committee, and as was recently adopted last week, I will be sitting on the Gender and Sexuality Advocacy Committee. So next slide. So moving into the actual mandates and what's been going on with these mandates. So with respect to external affairs, I've divided it into three sections: political research and infrastructure, federal political affairs, and provincial and municipal political affairs. So with respect to the first, since the last General Assembly, I have now hired a political researcher and an external affairs coordinator. Shout out to Valerie, who's here in this General Assembly. I have developed a guide to political research and an external affairs staff guide. So this is just kind of, well, in particular, the guide to political research is very important because SSMU has no political research or almost no political research, which is a real issue for the kinds of advocacy that SSMU can engage in, like no research, no good basis to do like provincial federal advocacy. So that's why it's important that at least on the federal level, we're part of UCRU, where we can share like the advocacy research and just infrastructure of both other student associations and of the federation itself. And so I'll just move directly on to federal political affairs. The week of the last General Assembly was actually the advocacy week of this organization, UCRU. So in total, the student representatives met with over 70 officials from parliamentary office, over 70 officials of a variety of parliamentary and government offices. The priority advocacy points are and have always, in fact, been to do with respect to international students, undergraduate research opportunities, Indigenous students, and financial aid for students. This organization is also in the development of a policy library, similar to the development of political research and infrastructure at SSMU. In fact, they are working on a formalization plan that is to actually become a federation, to become an incorporated organization and an official federation. So in provincial and municipal political affairs, I have been attending monthly meetings of the Inter-Associatif, which, like I mentioned, kind of serves to coordinate discussion and advocacy among provincial student associations, this is one example of external mandates that this is in process, in fact, to existing policies and plans and other documents. So next slide. So with respect to community affairs, three parts. Affordable Student Housing Committee has been fairly active. There was a tenants' rights event that we hosted on January 12th. We're hosting a public assembly on student housing next Tuesday, and then there are some other items. With respect to Milton Park and Peter McGill, the monthly board meetings of the CCMP, la Coalition Royal-Vic pour le bien public, qui fait le plaidoyer pour cet hôpital. Basically, that's just an organization that we, as SSMU, have been part of like a broader coalition since last year. Then also, like I mentioned, the CKT bodies. With respect to the Community Engagement Committee, the committee is this semester going to be studying its terms of references and just setting like longer term goals. and there'll be planning meetings for Anu Le Plateau, which is an annual residents' assembly in the Plateau Montreal. Next slide. So political campaigns, campaigns infrastructure, a campaigns guide has been completed, which is another just, nice or just important basis for kind of familiarization with the role. I think it's definitely been particularly difficult to kind of, for everybody within the External Affairs Office to kind of do the work of External Affairs during the pandemic. So that has been important. There's an ongoing campaigns coordinator guide being developed by the political campaigns coordinators. So shout out to Noah, who is also here. Climate justice. We have been supporting boycott of Metro Incorporated by Divest, McGill and Climate Justice Montreal. Again, working with organizations to study feasible external advocacy mandates to the climate justice policy. En ce qui concerne la campagne Non à la loi 21, présentement, on travaille avec le chercheur politique pour développer une position formelle pour notre association. For students for peace and disarmament, we recently passed a policy on harmful military technology. So shout out to Maya, who seconded the other policy today. And with respect to new campaigns, we recently approved a bunch of campaigns relating to these three organizations or positions in the last couple of months. So next slide. So this is the last one, union affairs. So at McGill, this primarily refers to meetings of the McGill Communities Council. This is just kind of a place to touch base and sort of share concerns and try, eventually to kind of make common cause and build solidarity with these somewhat disparate groups. I meet regularly with Munaka and less regularly with Amuse, but et au-delà de notre université, on a assisté à des réunions avec plusieurs syndicats, surtout des syndicats universitaires, comme le Conseil québécois des syndicats universitaires, la CETU, le CISUM et le TRAC à l'Université Concordia. Et je vais juste ajouter qu'il existe de nombreuses possibilités de collaboration dans ce milieu et puis dans le milieu syndical en général. That's it. You can move to the next slide. I have my office hours there, and that's also my email address. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to the next item of the agenda. Item 9C, report from the Vice President Finance. VP Finance, you should be ready to go.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be going over the four kind of main points of my portfolio. So we're going to start with general finance and accounting, then we're going to go to funding, clubs and services, and then health and dental insurance. And for each section, I'll be talking about what I do in relation to my portfolio, some major updates so far, and the impacts of COVID so far. So starting with general finance and accounting, if we can just go to the next slide, please. So in my portfolio, what I do, kind of the main thing is ensuring long-term financial sustainability of the society. So that includes regular reporting to relevant entities about the financial status of the society, acting in accordance to the society's governing documents, and as well making financial recommendations for the society when necessary. I also work on the creation of the annual budget for the following fiscal year, meaning that this year I am working on making the budget for 2021 and 2022. And as well, I work on 2 budget revisions in the fall and winter semesters. I also work with the accounting team to manage and review the cash flow, or the society's cash flow. and also the analysis of the cash flow. Act as a signing authority for the entire society, so that includes all contracts and transactions. And I also am a part of the finance committee. Moving on. So I also take part in the annual audit, which happens generally from August through October, and this is the accounting team with that. As some of you saw the motion earlier regarding the audit. I'm also involved with the investment portfolio, so ensuring sustainable, smooth, appropriate investments, and maintenance of the portfolio in alignment with the internal regulations. I also draft up the Where's My Money Going document, which you can find in the link there. It is also on the SMU website. It's just a document that outlines where all of your student fees are going. I also assist with also general accounting assistance. That includes maintenance and revision of accounting procedures, and also the communication of the procedures to the members, and just general financial assistance for the membership and society at large. So moving on to updates for general finance and accounting. So the 2022 budget is being completed right now and is planned to be completed by February 19th. As well, the second round of the 2021 budget revisions are being completed by the end of the month and will be brought to board and council for approval. We're also working with Fuller Londo, which is SMU's auditors, to ensure next year runs as smoothly as possible. As some of the councilors and directors know, it took a little bit longer this year due to everything being remote. So we're working with them to ensure that it doesn't take as long next year. Also, the Finance Committee released the investigation into SMU's student fee policies, which you can see there. So we're currently working on fulfilling some of the recommendations on that report. Working with the accounting team and our budgeting software Sage to ensure automated monthly reports for department heads, meaning that the accounting team doesn't have to manually send them out each month. This project is still ongoing, but should be completed soon. And then the last update is a SMU Finance website, which will consolidate all of the finance information from all over the website into one convenient and accessible location. So for impacts of COVID on general finance and accounting as of winter 2021, like I said last General Assembly report, from a purely financial perspective, the society has not been drastically affected. Cash flow still remains stable. With that being said, GERT's still isn't open, therefore there's no revenue from GERT's, which is kind of sad. But the investment portfolio also remains steady, and huge shout out to the finance team for maintaining stability throughout the pandemic. And the last thing is the SMU finance and accounting procedures continue to adapt to the remote context, meaning that everything is now done online. For funding, so what do I do for funding? So I oversee the disbursement of over $350,000 in funds every year. Those funds are listed there. So fund fees must be renewed at referenda every few years upon expiry, which I assist with as well. I sit on the funding committee, and I also provide analysis of underutilized and overutilized funds. Some updates for this year. Not a whole lot of updates from the funding perspective, if we can move on to the next slide. So the two kind of major ones, the first one is revision of the funding application process. So it used to be 3 to 5 weeks. We've revised it down to 1 to 2 weeks, which we've just definitely been seeing an improved timeline for that, which is nice to see. And as well amended the funding committee terms of reference to be more up to date. So for impacts of COVID-19 on funding, there's still less applications this year relative to other years. That's mainly just because not as many events are being held with everything being online. And also online events tend to be a little bit cheaper. So people who are applying aren't necessarily applying for as much money. So with that being said, apply for funding. And if you have any questions about that, definitely reach out to the funding commissioner at fundcom@smu.ca. So for clubs and services finances, if we can go down to that section. So what do I do in my portfolio? Starting with clubs, I provide general club support. So that involves contract review, assisting with the club audits, and ensuring that clubs appropriately utilize their money in alignment with SMU regulations. I also work with the club finance coordinator to create and uphold all of create and upkeep all of SMU club bank accounts on RBC Express, and troubleshooting issues with clubs banking access. So for updates this year, banking has moved almost entirely online. Virtual bank tokens are accessible from anywhere in the world, which is a super exciting project that we worked with RBC on this year. And clubs can also now apply for Interact deposits through Central Club email, meaning that they can, I guess, receive Interact deposits. And we've also improved the resource distribution system in a remote / I guess, pandemic context. For services, what I do with them is I help review service budgets. I approve purchases, approve credit card expenditures. On a monthly basis, I review and approve contracts, and I also provide just general financial support. For updates this year for services, so there's been a new service finance coordinator that we've hired. What they do is they provide general finance related support for services. They also help with the credit card reconciliation to ensure a smoother process for services. And they also help process the accounting forms to ensure that reimbursements and payments are made in a timely manner. Also for this year, we're hoping to implement a new budgeting process. So that means that services will be asked to submit their 2022 budgets prior to June 1st. This just helps with cash flow, reporting procedures, and a few other things for services. So impacts of COVID-19 so far. So there's been a little bit less club activity, which I suppose is to be expected with everything being remote. Finance trainings continue to happen remotely. There's been a bit of difficulty for coordinating distribution of club banking resources. I did mention that we've improved that process, but obviously it can't be perfect yet. So there's still always things to be done to refine that. And some services have had to find alternate ways to spend money in accordance with their mandates. Moving on to health and dental insurance, what do? So there's the health plan and the dental plan. For the health plan, Canadian residents are automatically enrolled, which also covers Canadian residents on exchange. It costs $195 per student per year, with a maximum of $50,000 per insured person per coverage period for all eligible expenses. For the dental plan, all members of the society are automatically enrolled. This costs $150 per student per year, with a maximum of $750 per insured person per coverage period for all dental care. If you scroll to the next slide, that's just kind of a graph that outlines how the insurance works. So student care is SSMU's insurance administrator, and they provide administrative support for our insurance with Adjournment, and Adjournment provides the health and dental insurance. Under the health plan, you'll notice that students on the health plan have access to Dialogue, which is a telemedicine service, which I will talk about a bit more in a moment. So for updates this year, the health plan for this year now includes Dialogue, which is a telemedicine service. It provides remote support for general health concerns, stress and wellness, obtaining and renewing prescriptions, and finding health resources such as clinics and specialists in the area. Another update for this year is students have an extra opt-out period, or international students, have an extra opt-out period. If they did not come to Canada this year, the opt-out period is in July, and more information about that can be found on the Student Care website. So that is the end. If anyone has any questions, then the slide after that just includes my contact information as well as the casual staff in my portfolio. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to the next report. Item 9D, report from the Vice President, University Affairs. And VP University Affairs, you should be good to go.
I'm so sorry. I timed this really poorly, but my food is about to get here. Would it be possible to go to the VP Student Life first if Mihin is okay with that?
We'll do that. VP Student Life, would you be okay with that? Oh, VP Student Life, if you can just say it in the chat. I realize that the mute is on, Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay. VP University Affairs will come back to you. With that, we will move temporarily to 9.E, the report from the Vice President of Student Life. And VP Student Life, you are ready to go.
Thank you very much. So hi everyone, I'm Maheen, I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Vice President Student Life. And so this is my report for winter 2021. And to start with for the agenda, I'll just go over my portfolio and just like a little bit about it. I'll talk a bit about activities night and how it went for this semester, clubs, services, family care, mental health, which are all part of my portfolio, and then some miscellaneous other things that I'm doing. So to get into what my portfolio entails, the Office of the VP Student Life oversees over 250 plus clubs, services, and ISGs, or independent student groups. And so we are responsible for managing relationships between SMU staff members and these groups. And we are also responsible for conflict resolution, so handling any complaints that come up, any issues that clubs are having, challenges navigating the bureaucracy of SMU, challenges with like event planning processes, and much more. After that, we also carry out SMU mental health initiatives. So I work with the mental health commissioner, the mental health outreach coordinator, and the mental health advocacy coordinator, as well as those respective committees to carry out various objectives that are listed in the mental health policy and plan, and various other mandates by the SMU, as well as like other initiatives and objectives that the folks on the mental health team want to work on. Thirdly, I'm responsible for SMU's family care policies and practices. So, for example, the family care policy that SMU has is up for renewal this year, so I would be responsible for like updating that, and also taking care of like student concerns as they come up with regards to the SMU daycare and the McGill CPE, and just general other family care complaints or not complaints, concerns that come up. I'm also president of the SMU Daycare's board of directors, and so that deals with the financial, legal, and HR matters related to the SMU daycare and nursery. Finally, I also liaise and collaborate with staff from McGill Student Services. This year, I really collaborated a lot with Campus Life and Engagement, who deal with things like orientation, first year engagement, and just like campus life and getting involved. I also sit on a few university level committees related to student services, which I'll get into later, but that's another integral part of my job. So yeah, that's the portfolio overview. And so to talk a bit about Activities Night happened this year on January 21st and 22nd. It was from 4 to 8 p.m. and it happened online on the same platform that Activities Night happened last semester. And so at Winter Activities Night, I would say went well. We maintained the same framework as the fall. As I mentioned, it was the same website, but we took out a couple of features. We took out the feature of webinars. We also took out the one-on-one chat feature between students and groups or the one-on-one video chat feature, because we found that wasn't being used, and a lot of students who had signed up for their video chats weren't attending, so we thought we would take it out. So the main way that students were interacting with these groups was through just like a text message chat system that we had set up. We had over 300 groups involved in Activities Night this year, which was really exciting, but there was definitely lower turnout for the winter activities night than it was in the fall. And so that is pretty expected. I think it happens pretty much every year that the fall activities night is more well attended. But overall, we were pretty pleased with the rollout of winter activities night. And yeah, that was one of the big events that happened this semester. And so to move on to clubs, we had our clubs workshops happen on February 6th and 7th. They were both 2 full days of workshops happening back to back. There was the clubs workshop, the audit workshop, the finance workshop, one for sustainability, equity, and also the GSVP. And so those were, we also managed, so folks who were attending the clubs workshops this semester were the ones who didn't attend last semester. And so we had, of course, like naturally lower turnout than we did in the fall again, but at this point we are currently doing our attendance and like doing our reconciliations for clubs, and it does seem like most clubs members have attended. So a big thank you to those who managed to attend the clubs workshops and get prepared for the semester. Next, to talk a bit about the club portal. The club portal is a project that has been in the works for, at this point, like a couple of years. last year's VP Student Life actually campaigned for an increase in the base fee an increase in the campus life fee to fund this club portal. And so we have the money for it at this point. We are currently just looking for like a supplier for it. And over the past few months, we've developed a business case. We've done a lot of research into our options, and now we're finally in the demonstration phase. So we just recently received demonstrations from 2 suppliers, and so we're deciding between them. They are Aventus, and the other one is Aventus and Campus Groups. Yeah. So yeah, we're still having in discussion over like which one to choose, and hopefully we'll have a rollout for the club portal next year in time for like potentially fall 2021. And the club portal, just to mention, it's a cross-functional team that's working on it. It's folks from like all over SMU and like various different departments. We have a lot of input and a lot of like, I guess like consultation going into the development of it. Next, to talk about the club audit, it was due on January 25th. A big thank you to the many clubs who managed to submit their audit on time. We're going through the submissions actually from fall and also from winter now. And yeah, last thing for clubs, I also undertook a project this year to identify inactive and active clubs this year. So hopefully that will inform best practices for clubs moving forward, and we can like I guess better support clubs and see what the pain points were for them in order for them to like get their programming up and running, and sort of like see what the biggest challenges with navigating the COVID year I guess has been for clubs. So yeah, that's it for clubs. And so for services, I'm currently meeting with all the services for their mid-year check-ins, and also like issuing space agreements in the University Center for them. Currently, the University Center is like experiencing really limited use due to obviously the COVID restrictions. But hopefully with these space agreements in place, groups will have more, I guess, the idea of the space agreements is to formalize the relationship between services and their spaces in the UC. So that's something that I'm currently still doing, is like meeting with services, giving them their agreements. Services Summit, that happened on February 7th. So that was also, we managed to get the folks who didn't attend in the fall to come to the Services Summit this semester, which was great. Big shout out to the Services Administrative Assistant for organizing all of that. We also have a new Instagram account to showcase clubs and services. It's at SMUCS if you'd like to check it out. And at the last Legislative Council, one interesting thing that happened was that we approved the Muslim Students Association as a service. And lastly, we're currently in the process of services review with the Services Review Committee. So I've linked a survey here if you want to share your thoughts about the services and your experiences with them and how they've been for you, so that we can incorporate all of your thoughts and your feedback into the end of year report that we're preparing for the last Legislative Council. And so we'll move on to mental health next. Or sorry, family care, I missed one. So for family care, our family care policy is up for renewal this semester, so that will be brought to like one of the upcoming Legislative Council meetings. And also to talk next about the GBSCE Family Care Subcommittee, which is the Joint Board and Senate Committee on Equity's Family Care Subcommittee. They did a series of events for Family Day on February 15th, and so the next subcommittee meeting is upcoming. That subcommittee, those meetings are going quite well, and also the daycare is running quite smoothly with board meetings happening every month now. And so we had like a lot of personnel changes recently. We also passed a referendum fee, or in the last referendum in fall, we passed a fee increase, which was successful, which is great. And so things are going quite well with the daycare and nursery. Now we'll move into mental health. And so for mental health, we had our Mental Health Action Week planned for January 25th to 29th. And so there's a schedule of events here if you want to take a look, but it went quite well. Also, we have our surveys on remote learning and on the Wellness Hub satisfaction that are both still open. And so if you'd like to complete those, you can find the links also here. Our mental health roundtable meetings are still continuing throughout this semester. And at one of the last few legislative councils, an addendum to the mental health policy and plan was passed, and the mental health fee was up for renewal. Will be up for renewal actually in the next referendum. So you'll see that question. And then lastly, for Keep Me Safe, which was a service that we brought to students, we are seeing a steady increase in its use. And so just for folks out there, make sure that you download the app. It's My SSP, and Keep Me Safe provides free 24/7 counseling to students via call and also by chat or like message, text message. So yeah, I would definitely recommend trying it out if you haven't. And then I think lastly, lastly, I'll talk about some miscellaneous things. So I'm currently hiring the accessibility commissioner. Applications have just closed. And so that like interviews for that is in the works. And also for university level committee work, there's the Committee on Student Services, which is having its, its next meeting next week, I believe. And then the Fall Reading Break Implementation Committee is more or less done. I don't know if folks saw the McGill Reporter article about the fall reading break, and also there was an MRO that was sent out about it. But we have now a fall reading break secured for the next few years, which is great. And lastly, the SSAO Advisory Board is also having meetings, another meeting upcoming this week too. So yeah. I think that brings me to the end of my report. So if folks have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. VP Student Life, are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to the last report of the evening, item 9.3, report from the Vice President, University Affairs. VP University Affairs, I'll just unmute you, and you're good to go.
Reverence, I got my food. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so it was a busy few months since the last GA, so I've kept it just to updates. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Brooklyn. I use they, them pronouns. I'm from Antigonish, Nova Scotia originally, which I'm sure no one has heard of, but that's fine. And I'm in my third year of microbiology and immunology, but that's just a bit about me. So there have been a few changes to the structure of the UA portfolio that I want to remind people about. It was restructured essentially for clarity. It's probably one of the more difficult to understand portfolios, but it is broken down into university affairs and research, equity and advocacy, and academic resources. So next, we can talk a bit about what the staff of the UA portfolio looks like. It is a big portfolio. We oversee a lot, including the menstrual hygiene product coordinators, anti-sexual violence mobilization advocacy commissioner, library improvement commissioner, OER coordinators and assistants, the student rights researcher and advocacy commissioner, all of our special researchers, the UA SecGen equity commissioners, francophone affairs commissioner, black affairs commissioner, indigenous affairs commissioner, and gender and sexuality commissioner. These are all people that I either work very closely with or I directly oversee. So next up, I can give a bit of an overview of what my portfolio actually looks like. So some of my responsibilities, actually a lot of my time, is dedicated to university affairs and research. So that includes coordinating all undergraduate representation to the university, all committee representatives, supporting and training the Senate caucus, overseeing and advocating for student rights, including the Know Your Rights campaign, for which I have Adrian, the amazing Srak, to help with. University relations, student representation in a more kind of nuanced sense, university accountability, policy review development, research and advocacy projects, all super fun stuff that just sounds really interesting, but I promise it actually is. I've already talked about staff, but some committees, Senate caucus, Senate steering, nominating, scholarship review, and the Committee on Student Services are all what take up a lot of my time. So in terms of UA projects, if you could flip to the next slide, Wayne, thank you. So the filled in, I realized I didn't explain this last time around, but the filled in bubbles are things that I have done, those are completed, and the blank bubbles are things that are ongoing. So some accomplishments first, extended winter break and the re-implementation of the SU motion or the SU policy. That is great. Really wish winter break could have been longer, but we did get a couple extra days. And for those who don't know, if you've been living under a rock, you do have 6 extra credits of SU that you can take for fall and for this semester. And the opt-in period for that is going to actually be after grades come out. So you'll have a chance to kind of decide which grades you take and drop, which I think is great. I've been working on revising the university student assessment policy, which is a name that you should all know because it applies to all of us and we all have to deal with parts of the policy every single day. So that is a very important revision that is currently ongoing and has been ongoing since September. We're also overhauling the mandate in terms of reference of the Committee on Student Services and doing an ongoing audit of Senate membership and university statutes. For Senate caucus, we're currently overhauling the hours of representation and advocacy in a subcommittee, what I'm calling the Senate Caucus Advisory Board, or SCAB, until I can come up with a better name. We're also working on some amendments to the Constitution and hours of governance, mostly designed to formalize the Senate caucus. For research projects, the preferred names use research paper has finally been completed. It's currently just undergoing like proofreading and then some graphic design stuff. We're still working on student health and wellness and academic accessibility and accommodations. And for research infrastructure, this is probably going to take part of the overhauling hours of representation and advocacy, but we're also looking to establish some kind of research ethics committee or institutional review board to, like SMU does a lot of research, like to be frank, we do like, especially like institutional research, research concerning the university, audits of the university, and we're looking to establish a body to kind of oversee that work and ensure that it's all done like ethically and responsibly. So next up, I believe, is equity and advocacy. Yes, okay, this is a big portfolio. It does take up a lot of my time, but luckily I also have a lot of great staff working this portfolio. So this includes Black affairs, Francophone affairs, Indigenous affairs, anti-sexual violence, equity complaints, accountability, institutional advocacy, equity education, and the menstrual hygiene product program. Some committees is the new Accessibility Committee, the Black Affairs Commissioner Committee, the Board Ad Hoc Committee on Naming, the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee that I've elected to sit on, the Equity Committee, the Francophone Affairs Committee, the Gender and Sexuality Advocacy Committee, which is also new, and the Indigenous Affairs Committee. A lot of committees, but that's a big part of my portfolio. So in terms of projects, yes, institutional advocacy. So we have established the Gender and Sexuality Commissioner. They are actually just hired, and the Gender and Sexuality Advocacy Committee, I think pending board ratification actually, so we're gonna put a pin in that one. We've released the preliminary report of the Board Ad Hoc Committee on Naming, which is the renaming of the University Center and 3501 Peel. So you will all hopefully hear about that very soon. And we are also working on expanding and empowering the Indigenous Affairs portfolio. So I've been working with the IAC. We're thinking of expanding the portfolio quite a bit, including new staff positions and a new master plan. For employment equity, so on the referendum ballot, you will see a question regarding the increase of the SMU base fee and amendment of the Constitution that is designed to compensate legislative counselors and student senators. I don't think I can use the GA as like a venue to campaign for what you should vote for, but I hope you can all read between the lines on this one. For social justice, we have overhauled the accessibility policy. Thank you so much to the VP Student Life for all their help with that and for helping and for hiring the Accessibility Commissioner and helping to establish the Accessibility Committee. I also want to thank the VP External for all their work on the position on international solidarity. And again, to the VP Student Life for all their work. We're working on a harm reduction policy. And I've also just over the course of the semester been consistently challenging the university's definition of academic freedom and the way that academic freedom and freedom of speech is kind of understood at the university. And the last pillar of my portfolio is, drumroll, academic resources. So that includes library development and the library improvement fund, which, like, don't tell anyone, is actually one of our biggest funds. So please apply if you have any ideas for library improvement. That can include additions to library spaces. One ongoing project has been the establishment of a prayer space in libraries. Other projects include like Indigenous artwork, new furniture. It doesn't have to be obvious stuff, but as long as it has to do with the libraries, we will consider it. That also includes study spaces and physical development, academic accessibility, the OER project, and library relations. I meet with library staff like surprisingly frequently. And then some committees, it's just really just the Library Improvement Fund Committee, which is great. Okay, next in terms of projects, this is a smaller but just as important pillar for OER. So if anyone doesn't know, all of your course packs are free. I know it's probably too late to say that, but at least for future, or like if you haven't for whatever reason bought in course packs, They are free. You can access them via the library. If they don't already have your course pack, they will buy it for you. There is no reason to buy a course pack. I mean, unless you want to pay the extra funds for like the physical course pack, in which case that might be an option. I've also been helping to coordinate McGill study hubs and printing hubs, which was in addition to the study hubs. Those are still open and will continue to be open for the time being. And I've also been working with the OER coordinator on the execution of our master plan. And for the Library Improvement Fund, some exciting projects. We've allocated a bunch of the fund towards new furniture and lighting for the Schulich Library, which should be opening fall 2021. That is confirmed. And as I said, we have a planned surplus due to some COVID-related cancellations, unfortunately. But that means that there is all the more of the Library Improvement Fund just like ready for your proposals. It is a really underutilized fund. A lot of it actually goes to paying to keep the library open 24 hours, which isn't the case now. But a lot of it is still available for student applications. So if you have any ideas, you can shoot them to lifc@smu.ca. I think that might be it, actually. Yes, okay, questions, comments, concerns. And again, I mentioned this last time, but like, if you think I did a terrible job and I should resign, I will listen. I won't, but I will hear you out. Yes, that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP University Affairs. For the question, we'll go to first Neil.
Yeah, Brooklyn, thank you for the, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Brooklyn, for the fantastic presentation. I can see that you guys have been doing a lot of great work. Just wanted to ask real quickly, how was your dinner? I hope you enjoyed that, because you deserve that.
I haven't actually opened it. I grabbed it and then ran back to my seat to do my presentation. It's poutine and onion rings from and I'm very excited. Thank you for asking.
Enjoy.
Thank you. As soon as this is done, I'm tearing into it.
Thank you very much, Neil. We'll go to the next question. Senator Daryanani.
Thank you. This comment goes out to all the SMU execs. Shout out to all the great work that you guys continue to do. And just in case you didn't know, the nominations for SMU closed on February 22nd. So consider rerunning.
I'm not going to commit to that, but thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you very much, Senator Daryanani. Are there any further individuals with questions at this time? Seeing no further individuals with questions, we will move on to item 10, adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn at this time? Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Can I have a second? I'll take Neil. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, we will come to adjournment at 22:36. Thank you everyone for coming.